about Rotary was 37 years when he started Rotary. So what is this means about youth? Nelson Mandela co-founded the African National Congress Youth League when he was 24 years old. So it is your generation, colleagues, which has got to do these things. This side we can give ideas, right, colleagues? And a bit of wisdom and experience, but the real change must be new. And the change you must start with is yourself. How am I going to be different after this workshop from what I was when I came into this workshop? Because if you are the same person, you have wasted your time. Did you pay? Then you have wasted your money as well, so it's a poor investment. So there's no point in sitting to learn if that learning does not get into your mind and reset some switches so that you can think in different ways. Now, we are proud of our education. You are going to get part of the reason why I don't like talking about my past colleagues. As an individual, I believe that my current value is what should be known. Because what I achieved in the past could be totally irrelevant. After all, nowadays we talk about experience, right? You know that some people get promoted because they never make wrong decisions, isn't it? But they don't make wrong decisions because they never make any decision. And therefore they have got experience of 35 years. Promote them. Why? The world is changing. Experience required is changing. Knowledge is changing. What is the point of me saying that I've got a PhD in telecommunications? That was such a long time ago. That's why I keep up with the technology, by the way, because I don't want to be obsolete. I am up to date with the latest technology quite often, and I get shocked more than the younger people. So rethink yourselves. So the word youth is a prison. Then after that, we talk about knowledge. I was doing some research recently because I had the privilege to give this year's Symposium annual public lecture. And I discovered that universities and research institutions, and these are the centers of research and knowledge, hold only 10% of the global patents. The rest are outside. So I did some more research and I said, what is happening here? And you start realizing that knowledge is actually a barrier to innovation. I think it was Einstein who said, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, that education is what remains when you have forgotten everything you learned in school. So the facts, Boyle's law, Pythagoras theorem, those beautiful things, Fourier series, that's not what causes innovation. It's ingenuity. And ingenuity is not learned in school. The problem is that the more knowledge you acquire, the more you think things are impossible. To an innovator, nothing is impossible unless they have tried it and it has failed. Let's get that very clear. So if you want to disrupt, don't accept an impossibility. Take it as possible until you have failed. In the Greek mythology, Daedalus and his son Icarus were imprisoned in Crete. And therefore, he said, we can fly out. But of course, at that time, everybody knew that you couldn't fly. So Daedalus fashioned wings using birds' feathers. I don't know how they collected them. And both of them flew out. Of course, Icarus, in his excitement, flew so high near the sun that the feathers melted, the glue melted, and he died. But the point is, nowadays we see hang gliding, isn't it? Where do you think it came from? Same idea. We can give a person wings and they can jump off a cliff and appear to be flying. That is innovation. It's making money. It's a new idea. We want to be disruptive. Start by disrupting yourself and then start saying, wait a minute, the things we know already. People enjoy talking. People enjoy socializing. But to do that, they must go to a place to meet somebody. By the way, nowadays, that was the post office. Central Post Office. If somebody remembers, you're getting too old. You remember, the days of no phones. Guys, you wanted to make an appointment with a date. Let's meet at the post office at 1 p.m. in 2 weeks' time on Saturday. And you would be there. Both of you would be there. Nowadays you guys don't keep time because to you it is not an issue. For us, it was a matter of survival. Because if you didn't keep time, you didn't have a wife, isn't it? And that is, okay, or a husband for that matter, if you're ready. So things change. I say, so why don't I come up with a method where people can socialize online? Facebook, right? And then monetize it, right? Get money out of people. People think they are talking and having fun and so on. For me, I'm collecting all their data and selling it. That's how I make my money. Business idea. Responding to a need in the community. Somebody said, wait a minute. People seek accommodation. They're not looking for hotels. They're actually looking for easy, cheaper accommodation. And therefore, I can provide the accommodation without having any building, right? Airbnb is born. Why don't we use that one? Why don't I simply make an app which is going to enable people to make all their arrangements online? Where's my colleague here who was giving his address? He has stepped out. Please tell him that nowadays you don't give a physical address. You give an online address. His business is going to collapse soon. So please advise him. Don't talk about your location on Rivonia Suits. Talk about your location. Where? That's where the business is, guys. So this is disrupting the way we think. I wrote an article sometime about the death of the office. Not many people read it, but I said the office, as we know it, is a dying thing. We have a beautiful office in Nigeria too. It's called the Inception, where knowledge becomes reality. I go there about once every 3 months because it is important, because people like URA and some clients want to see the office. But really, I work purely online. My office is actually in that bag. With my phone and connectivity, I can work anywhere in the world. So disruption is about enabling people to do what they have always wanted to do more easily, more conveniently. So if you don't have that in your idea, what is it that you're actually offering? What are you offering? I know my colleagues will address some of this, so I'll not even dig into that. But if you don't have anything new you're offering, then you are simply setting up another tomato store at Kalere, competing with 100 other people selling tomatoes, and you're wondering why you cannot make money. So let's forget knowledge to become disruptors, right? We have said, one, change who you are. That's the toughest, because we get locked into our ideas and ideals and so on and so forth. So number 3, understand the jungle you live in. Who knows this jungle, by the way, the one you live in? That jungle consists of mostly people, my generation, from about 55 years to about 75 years. That is the jungle you are trying to challenge, isn't it? They hold the chains of power. They hold everything. We define the experience you must have for anything. And therefore, if you conform to the rules given by the holder of the power, you will never succeed, because you are conforming to the prison they have set up for you. So what is it that you are going to do in your business that you're going to break free of those chains and say, I'm going to do this my way, right? And that's why online is important. Working online is important. Marketing and everything. We are still discussing this with the Carol, right? It is important because that's how you can break out from the chains. Experience. You want a job. They say you need 10 years experience. So how do I get that experience? No, you cannot get a job unless you have got experience, and you cannot get experience unless you have got a job. So sorry, you are a youth until you're about 35 years. And then, no, you are too old because you don't have any experience, right? Has any of you seen that scenario? Looking for a job, huh? You know, I'm fortunate. I thank my God. Oh yes, I'm a Christian. I thank my God because I've never, I look for consultancies, but I've never looked for a job. This is a fact of life. Huh? I've never looked for a job. And that's why I worked in Makerere for such a long time, because those days, you were independent as an academic, but you also had to be disruptive as an academic. And I've shared some stories of disruption. So, go back, first of all, to talking about you. So go back to 1968. 68. I am in senior 3. I'm 16 years old. We set up Soga Students Union at that age. And we're going around Uganda recruiting people. I'm talking about age, right? So if you think you are too young to do anything, you are deceiving yourself. You are at the right age to be disruptive. Then fast forward to Makerere University. I'm a lecturer in electrical engineering. Who did electrical engineering here? In that case, I will not mention the subject. You did, huh? Remember electrical materials, electromagnetic fields, antennas? So I said, wait a minute, from what I'm learning about how adults learn, these young people can actually learn on their own and teach others peer to peer. So at the beginning of each semester, I would break up the class in several groups. Assign each of those groups a topic. Say, you go and research and come and present. And they did such a wonderful job. I made that my standard approach to learning throughout the rest of my years in Makerere. And of course, I was reported for not lecturing. Dr. Tusubira is not lecturing. That was a formal investigation, by the way, set up by the university. And of course, they established that I was not lecturing. But what was interesting, the students said, but we are learning much better and we enjoy this much more. And therefore, I was absorbed. But the point here is not that I was absorbed. These were people, 19, 20, taking on an engineering course, reading about it, and coming to tell their colleagues. So don't underestimate your capacity for new ideas and abilities, please. That's your biggest barrier. Because we tend to define ourselves, yourselves. By the way, we on this side have defined you. In the colonial days, we as Ugandans defined ourselves as the British talked about us. We are reading about the Dark Continent. Who read that book, The Dark Continent? Yes, you did. And we believed it, that we are Dark Continent. And that's why I made the point of digging into African history and even visiting the museum in Khartoum and finding that the greatest pharaohs were Nubians, combining Sudan and what is known as Egypt and a single empire. And their pyramids in Sudan, nobody talks about this because we are supposed to believe that we as Africans are an inferior mentality. Just like we now tell you that young people are incapable of anything. And I'm glad somebody said that we must seize our rights. You have to seize them yourselves. Nobody is going to help you. So to do that, do you understand us? Right? Sun Tzu in The Art of War says that if you don't know your enemy and you don't know yourself, then you are going to lose in the battle every time. If you know your enemy and you don't know yourself, you win some battles, but you'll lose most of them. If you know your enemy and you know yourself, then you are going to win most of the battles. And therefore, one of the challenges you need to understand is that you must understand how we think as our generation. So if you want to break into Standard Chartered Bank or Stanbic Bank, not physically, but break in and get support, understand their thinking. Understand their rationale. Where do they come from? How can I make a case for those people? Right? It's part of your challenge, because if you are going to talk about redefining possibilities in a changing world, start by learning the techniques for doing that. Equip yourself. Be like Apple. Apple says, I think it was what? IBM says that the computer is a big thing. People must come and utilize me. And Apple said, wait a minute. The computer can be a small thing which everybody can own. Disruption. Celltel. I'm sure you had a Celltel phone. Yes? How much was it?
It was in US dollars.
Yes.
It was in US dollars. About 1,800 US dollars. And you had to pay in US dollars. And then you had to pay a monthly fee.
Yeah.
Of $90 in US dollars.
Okay. Do you get that, colleagues? That was Celltel. And for 5 years, they got 5,000 customers. Why? Because they believed, because the International Telecom Union said that in Uganda, because they are poor, you will not get more than 50,000 customers. So they priced high. MTN said, why not? My question to you this morning, when you said, why do you call yourself Tucson? And I said, why not? That's always the question. Say, why not? So MTN said, why not? Why don't we make it so cheap that everybody can afford it, and therefore we work on volume? On the first day, I know because I was a regulator at that time, they launched and they got 7,000 customers on their first day, and their switch actually broke down. Disruption and innovation. That must be your thinking. So when something is not being done, your question is, why not? Because knowledge says, why? Innovator says, why not? Why can't people fly? Why can't everybody own a car? Why do I need a house? But why do we need houses? My generation has got a problem, by the way, as I conclude. This is our challenge. We were brought up in a time we said that you must have a home in the village, right? Many of these guys have got homes in the village, believe me or not. And I know they do. You put up that house very expensively, but your children grew up in Kampala. Their life is in Kampala. The village is a place you visit. Now you are approaching 80 years old, 85, and you have got a big house in the village which nobody wants. Right? And you die and hope that things are going to change, and then your children start fighting over it because they want to sell it and make money. So times change. So as I conclude, colleagues, I said I'll take 25 minutes. You are supposed to on me. You didn't. That's your fault. 3 minutes. Okay. Very good. The things we need to think about. First of all, how are you going to change the way you think and perceive things? Because if you can't answer that question, whatever you do, you'll be a madman doing the same thing all the time and expecting different results. That's number one. Number two, don't be imprisoned by knowledge. Knowledge is important, but knowledge sets limits to the way we think. Because you are trying to convert life into a formula. And we call that knowledge. And yet it is not a definite answer. And therefore, ingenuity demands that you ask the why not question. But really, I'm sure this can work. And you go for it. Until you fail, don't give up. Okay? So test everything possible. Number three, which I have not covered. Please forget this thing about sciences and arts. Am I communicating? We are brought up in a culture which says that, you are weak in this area, you are going to do sciences, you are going to do arts. And in our mind, we start separating them. I'm telling you something. If you don't have a total knowledge about those two areas, don't talk about innovation, because you are working in a social environment. Your market are people. Okay, we can overcome that by working with a lot of people, collaboration, and I think it has been mentioned several times. But as an individual, to be able to get a big total view of anything, you must have open boundaries to knowledge. So don't say that is sociology. So go and read about, read Machiavelli, The Prince. How many of us have read The Prince by Machiavelli? You have. Very good. What about Anna Karenina? How many of us have read that? What about Macbeth? What about The Origin of the Species? Yes. Guys, this is serious, huh? Do we consider ourselves educated or qualified? I'll not answer that question. So education is the totality of bringing everything together. And then the final one, please have courage in yourself. Know that you are going to make some mistakes. That's part of growth. It's part of growth. You are going to make mistakes. You are going to be disappointed. You guys have done businesses. We have run a shop in Wandegeya when we were younger with my wife. I've run a painting company, carrying tins of paint on a car. We have done construction, bigger projects. We have done construction management. Those buildings in Makerere, academic registrars, women and gender, computer science, CIT, forestry. All these were designed by Technology Consults, for which I was the founding CEO. So because you have that breadth of mind, you can also shift. And number 5, the last one, and I'm glad I had it, side hustle. You hear the word side hustle, isn't it? Side hustles are sometimes misunderstood because we talk about modern environment as requiring innovation, agility, flexibility. It means that you must be able to change at any time, and therefore the skills you are developing by doing side hustles are very important skills. Don't discard them. Just refine them and take them to a higher level. So MC and colleagues, I think that's my time run out. Thanks a lot.
You may have a seat here. We're going to have a few questions for you. That was a wonderful speech. Even in my prime, I don't think I'm able to make a speech like he did. I was peeping into his notes. He only had highlights. I'll talk about 1, 2, 3. But if you were to pay attention to what he said, he was borrowing from a diverse field of knowledge and experience. And his last point makes it very clear. Do not have boundaries, do not have limits to how much knowledge you can acquire. He talked about Machiavelli, and I think it's the book that I'm currently reading. And one of his quotes, he says that the desire to conquer more territory really is a very natural, ordinary thing. And whenever men have the resources to do so, they will always be praised, or at least not blamed. But when they don't have the resources, yet carry on regardless, then they are at fault and deserve what blame they get. That's one of his quotes, but I think it also resonates with what we're discussing today. And this was written in the 1400s by Machiavelli, after he had been disposed and he was looking for favor to come back into the limelight. But what does that say? We have the resources, and if we don't use them, we are the ones to blame. Okay? Quite very interesting things that Mr. Tusu has talked about. I'll just go back to that part of the presentation briefly. And then I'm going to open up for discussions. So, a few key points that I took from Mr. Tusubira's presentations. One, change starts with the mind, young people. He went ahead to say that if you can't disrupt yourself, you can't redefine yourself. How many of us thought deeply about what he said in regards to that point? Okay? He spoke about very interesting factors. One, it's our generation that can create the changes that we deserve. The way things operated in his generation could have been different. The way things are in this generation could be different. And we are the most agile, we are the most adaptable, and we are the most knowledgeable. Like he said, let's read diverse. Today, you can download books from history, psychology, geography, biology for free online and read. You don't need to go to college or to a university. That's very great knowledge given upon us today. But most importantly, he said, let's understand the jungle in which we are living, in which we are existing. Operating with the knowledge of what are the boundaries, what are the limitations, how can I transcend them? What are the resources I have? What technology applies to my business? It's very, very important in helping you succeed. And then he said, test everything that is possible. Do not limit yourself. These are key things that I got from his presentation, but it was very long, about 25 minutes. It's now time for you to engage with him. Like I said, it's going to be an interactive session. We are going to have more 10 minutes of having questions from your side. And if we have questions from this side as well, feel free to ask. And then we will interact and engage with him. He's a father. He loves... Okay. Please correct that. I don't like listening to my own voice. Okay. He loves to interact with the young people. And so feel free to ask any questions at this point in time, okay? So do we have any questions? Thank you, perfect. Where's the other microphone? Thank you. So we are going to do it this way. You will ask your question, and then he will respond to it, because I know he will have a larger scope in which he would like to address the questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tusubira. My question will be about the thing you mentioned at the beginning, the New Year resolution. And since now we are entering into a new year, maybe I would like to highlight more about it. Like, how do you do it and how do you go about it to make sure that you achieve everything that you put in it? Thank you.
Tutorial 101, how to set New Year goals.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tusu, for the wonderful presentation. My question is about disrupting the self. Like, what are those things that you have done that disrupt you or make you better? In most cases, as youth, we struggle with discipline and consistency. So how can you help a person like that? Thank you so much.
Absolutely. One more question. I'll take one more question.
Thank you. My question is on innovation and career. How can the young professionals break free from, let me read it again. How can the young professionals break free from career and traditional constraints?
Anyone with a question that is burning, that you feel if you didn't ask, you wouldn't be happy with the event today? Raise your hand. But if you could keep it and then maybe ask it in person later with Tusu, it's okay. Mr. It's burning? Okay, let me take one more question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tusu, for the presentation. Is it okay? Yes. So when he was beginning the presentation, he talked about the people who do not trust themselves. So I want him to help us with the most practical way of how you can deal with yourself when you actually don't trust yourself. Because most of us don't trust ourselves, but how practical can we be to deal with that?
Thank you so much. Back to you. He said if you're saying Tusu, you don't say Mister. So back to you, Tusu.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief because I know time is also gone. A lot of these kind of relate to each other. We talked about your resolutions as an example. But let us remember that whatever business we are in, if your clients don't trust you, your business will never grow. It's about keeping brand promise. So how do you keep a brand promise if you cannot be internally consistent? Because your brand, whatever it is, also expresses your personality or the personality of the organization, the culture of the organization. If you don't fulfill that, then you are losing customers. And that's what we all know, that the first thing to do is to build a core of trust, and that core is inside you. If I can't trust myself, if I cannot change my values and behavior. I remember soon after I met the Queen, that is my wife. This was in 1979. I was coming from Willie. You know Willie boys. Anybody from Willie here? Outside. Anyway, they could be quite rowdy, and therefore I had friends who tried to wander into our flat around about 1 a.m. because they've been in town doing all kinds of things. And eventually I shut them out. I said, you know what? I'm now married. That's a different life. Let me, because we are trying to build a reputation which starts on the inside and then becomes visible on the outside. Let me expand on that a little bit. If you have got a weak inside, you tend to believe in the external things as defining you. So you think, if I don't have a big car, if I don't have a big house, I'm nobody. If I don't do this, if I'm not seen in such and such a place, I'm nobody. And therefore that becomes like an exoskeleton. I think we remember biology. the external skeleton, because there's no skeleton inside. So the exoskeleton is the size of your car, the size of your house, and so on. I'm not saying it's bad to have those, but if that's your defining factor, then I've got a problem. If my qualifications, and I come and say, please call me engineer, doctor, professor, past district governor, and I could add more, then that means that's my exoskeleton. It doesn't tell you who I am. But if I can speak my heart to you, and I cannot unless I trust myself, because if I don't trust myself, I'll be hiding part of what is inside me as I talk, because something might slip out and embarrass me. Some of these people are from worship harvest, where my children, our children go. I'm from Church of Uganda. I go to any church, by the way. But yes, I'm a Christian. I'm a saved Christian. I will not say hallelujah because some people are Muslims. So that's the point. Self-trust starts defining you from inside, and believe it or not, it flows out, colleagues. People see who you are from the way you conduct yourself and behave yourself. It starts with simple things. Can I keep my promise to myself? If I said I'm going to get up at 6 a.m., can I get up at 6 a.m.? It's very simple. But then set a culture of compliance within you, that when I make a promise myself, I must keep it. I'm going to lose 5 kilograms over the next year and I put on 10. Can I trust myself? Oh, I want to put on, some people should put on weight. I want to put on 5 kilograms. I can understand why you don't, maybe because you don't have the money. But I'm saying that keeping simple promises to start forming your thinking in a certain way. And once you start trusting yourself, others can trust you because they see your honesty, they see your integrity. Not everybody will like you. By the way, young people, the thing you want in life is that both your enemies and friends respect you. So even if somebody hates you, but they respect you, that's what you want. So I hope that answers that question. It's just kind of training ourselves that when I say something, I mean it. Carol and those I meet in Rotterdam, that if I say I'll be there at 7:30 a.m., they know I'll be there because I'm going to do everything at all costs to be there at 7:30 a.m. So that's the kind of conditioning, personal conditioning which we need. So self-discipline and self-leadership go together. So, and New Year resolutions. How can you break free from a career? What is the etymology of the word career, by the way? Could somebody find out quickly for us? Career, C-A-R-E-R. What is the etymology of that word? Go quickly. Somebody Google career, tell us. Who has found it? You guys out is online. By the way, you search for that. The other thing you need to disrupt young generation, especially. But on the social media. Social media. How do I say this? Social media, and I alluded to it, is designed to condition you like Pavlov's dogs, if you remember them. When they say, please put on notifications, that's the conditioning. Somebody hears an alert at 2 a.m. and they wake up to find out who has sent a message. That is conditioning. Next morning you are sleepless and whatever, because you are up all night trying to answer messages, right? Assess yourselves. Of the time you spend on social media, please write this if necessary, but make sure you do it. How much of it is related to building your social capital or building your income? You are going to be shocked to find that probably spend about 6-7 hours a day, totally wasted, and then you start complaining Uganda is tough and so on. That's part of self-conditioning. It is getting worse among us elders, by the way, and I look at my colleagues sometimes. You go somewhere with people my age and they will take out their phone and say, wait a minute, have we come to meet and have a chat? We could have stayed at home and sent WhatsApp. So if you spend more than about 2 hours a day on things you don't add value to you, then you have got a problem. That's the time which is the income you should have been. Have you found career? Etymology? Anybody? Please. Come here. Come up so that people can see you. If you are still sitting there, somebody this make yourself
He's a young man.
I think I'll stand here. Thank you, Mr. Tusuvira. I will not say Tusu, but basing on what I'm seeing here, the etymology of the word career goes back several centuries and has an interesting evolution. That is the origin of the word career. It was in Latin and it was carus, which means wagon or chariot. Then in Old French, it was carriri, meaning road, or you can call it a race course or a running track for horses. Then how it became the modern meaning. Originally, career meant a road or a running course. By the 1500s and the 1600s, the word began to be used metaphorically to mean the path or course of a person's life, a person's progress through their professional life. So today we say career, we are basically referring to the path or journey someone travels in their working life, a continuation of the original meaning of a path or course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we get that meaning. Nowadays, Kampala is full of traffic jams. If you are going to city center and you find a jam, what do you do? What do you do? You find a new direction, isn't it? Yes? You say, I'm going to wait here. Even if it takes 5 hours until this traffic is moving. And yet I see a side road which I could follow and get to the city center in 1 hour. Does that make sense? So shouldn't we start discarding even the word career at the earliest stage of our lives? It is ingrained in us as something you must stay on this. If you're an engineer, this is your path. Continue, you might be promoted to somebody, to a manager and so on. But it doesn't happen to everybody. So please, let's understand that we go to university not to acquire the knowledge to get a career, but reshape our minds and the way we think so that we are more versatile in terms of finding ways to survive in the world. And therefore, don't please write the word career on a big noteboard in your room and then cross it out. And underneath write another word, survival, and focus on that instead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tusovira. We are so happy to have listened to you. And I'm really optimistic that the message you've shared is going to be taken up by the young people in this room, including me. And I have been so much educated by you today. And I'm so happy and so privileged to be part of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Tusuvira takes his seat, we give a round of applause to thank him for that wonderful speech. Great. So one of the core goals, objectives of this session is to have young people share their resolutions that are going to inform what we call the political policies, the different geographical discussions that are happening around the world. In those big rooms where we'll be discussing things to do with young people in regards to technology, business, growth, SME, and all that. We need to be able to share the information, the resolutions that came from this meeting. So for that purpose, I'm going to pass around this piece of paper to each one of us. You'll just take a piece of paper from this, and then you reflect on Mr. Tusubira's presentation and think about it in depth. Analyze what are some of those policy changes? What are those political discussions that need to happen? What are those structural changes that need to happen in our institutions that can shape and help us achieve some of the core discussions, some of the core principles that Mr. Tusubira shared? And at the end of it, I'll come back and pick this piece of paper from you. This is going to be your voice, so please take your time and synthesize. Write as much as you can so that our editorial team can have your voices included in this policy brief at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand you to my wonderful and beautiful co-MC, She's going to take us through the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give our speaker a very big round of applause, first of all. Thank you so much, Mr. Tusumira. I've pronounced Fetara, I'm proud of you. I've been practicing how to pronounce it the right way. Thank you very much. We appreciate these are insights and wisdom we actually need in this era. Yes, and everyone, thank you so much. I believe you've received immense value in all of this. Thank you so much. Yeah, so at this point, allow us to do this. This is group. I don't know what name this group is giving themselves and this one. So I would like us to give a chant, but we're going to use the theme of this event, which is disrupt. Design, deliver. I was going to say deliver, design. Thank you so much. So disrupt, design, deliver. So we want to see which side has the greatest energy. Okay? So let's start with this side, then we get to this side, okay? All right. 1, 2, 3, go. More energy. One more time. And thank you. Please clap for yourselves. At some point, I won't mention which side. Someone said distract. I almost laughed, but I won't point which side and to extend grace. So thank you so much. So right about now, we are getting into our panel discussion before we invite our next speaker. Someone just say, I am ready. I am ready. Because I am ready as well, okay? So our panel discussion is going to be conducted by our moderator, who is Miss Miriam Chisha Chimba. Have you had such a name before? Unique, right? And beautiful at the same time. And she's as beautiful as her name. So she's an award-winning communications and resource mobilization specialist who has supported over 14 women and youth-led enterprises across East and Southern Africa. Today, we are going to get into this panel session. She will be able to share more about herself and also share about the panelists that she's going to have this discussion with. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Miss Miriam Chimba. Thank you. Till she gets here. Yes, thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Faith. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you here today. And that is really coming from the bottom of my heart. Over the last 1 month, it's been a privilege to work with Future Den, in particular, Stephen. It was a lot of late night phone calls and a lot of back and forth, but I'm really, really happy to see everyone here today. And thank you for your support. And I'm sure that we'll have a really lovely and productive afternoon. So my name's Miriam Chisha Chimba. I feel like that introduction was very kind. I am originally from Zambia, but I'm technically Ugandan by choice. I first came to this country in 2023, and Uganda stole my heart away. This year has been my 3rd visit to Uganda, and I've had such a lovely time every time that I've been here. So I'll go ahead and introduce our stellar panel for today. So please help me make welcome Bethlehem Kasa. She's the Technical Program Officer for the International Labour Organization. Bethlehem works on the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus, youth employment, labor migration, and gender. She contributes to the flagship program, Prospects, as well as the Joint Labor Migration Program for Africa. Welcome, Bethlehem. Please come and join me, and let's Give her a warm welcome. Don't be stingy with your clapping. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Thank you so much for making time to be with us this afternoon. Our second panelist is Onesimus Kansime. He is a friend and a colleague. Are you a colleague? A former colleague. We participated in a Global Health Corps Fellowship in the same year, some years ago. He is the Senior Knowledge Management and Communications Officer with the Office of the Prime Minister at the SDG Secretariat. So Onesimus drives national communication and evidence-based implementation of the 2030 agenda across all government ministries. Welcome, Onesimus. Our third panelist is Mr. Mugizi Leonard Kateshumbwa, the Managing Director of GAT Consults Limited, Tesh Hotel Limited, and Hamu and Kamu General Supplies Limited. He is a serial entrepreneur, growing multiple Ugandan businesses and creating jobs at scale. Welcome, Mr. Mugizi. Thank you for honoring us with your presence today. In absentia, we'd like to recognize that Madam Susan Besige was supposed to join us from Ipsos, but we'll be able to move on and see if we can get her contributions to the discussions a little bit later. So I will hand over the microphone, perhaps in just 30 seconds. I think we'll get straight into the discussion. In just 30 seconds, as an opening statement, we would like to hear, in one sentence, what excites you most about partnerships for enterprises in Uganda right now? And you're free to say hello to the audience.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening. Oh, it's still a good afternoon. Yes, Mugizi Leonard is my name. The introduction is so big, but I would like to make it easy. I run small companies and create some jobs, not big. But I'm happy with that at the moment. The question is, remind me.
The question is, in one opening statement, could you tell us what excites you most about partnerships for enterprises in Uganda right now?
Thank you very much. Partnership comes from to pattern, to come together. In simple English. And what advantage do we get from us partnering with other people, big organizations and government? The two most important things that I have specifically explained and taken advantage to is you're able to improve on your financial muscle because you're partnering with someone is making a contribution in terms of finances, in terms of skills, in terms of other experts that you may not have, as one of the biggest advantage that you can benefit from that.
Okay, Onesimus would like to hear from you. What excites you right now about partnerships for the purpose of expanding enterprises, creating jobs? What's going on in Uganda right now that you would think, oh, that's exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing more of those partnerships.
Partnerships in the Sustainable Development Goals world is a great pillar. Because when you come to sustainable development, we have people, we have peace, we have prosperity, we have this planet we live on, and then partnerships. And then on Goal 17, And partnerships is the only goal which the world reviews every year, because achieving these sustainable development goals is surely hinged on partnerships. What excites me most is the narrative for the future about the partnerships, because we are almost there. But what excites me about it is that we have started to take action towards that future of partnerships that we want. We are starting to see the Uganda's enterprise ecosystem that is slowly but steadily revolving and maturing into an ecosystem where we have a tri-sector partnership. We have the young people working with the government institutions and also working with the industry actors to make sure we have solutions that are scalable, that are data-driven, that are investment-ready, and are also turning and converting the local ingenuity into the sustainable realities that we want. What are these sustainable realities which we want partnerships to birth? We want to see competitive industries, we want to see productive jobs, and we also want to see growth that is future-oriented. So that's what excites me about the partnerships and the general narrative for the future of partnerships.
Okay, thank you so much, Onesimus. It would be nice if we got some help with the microphone, just so that everybody can hear us. Thank you, media team. We need your immediate assistance. I was looking forward to having you correct me and teach me how to pronounce your name, Bethlehem, because when I read it as Bethlehem, but I want to hear from you. And if I pronounce it wrongly, please take this moment as a teaching moment, and I'll take it as a lesson.
All right. Am I audible? I'm not sure if.
Can we get some help with the microphone, please?
In the meantime, could we use yours? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Miriam, for having me in this panel. And I'm very, very excited to be among these young people. Not everyone sacrifices their Saturday afternoon to be in a panel or in an event like this. So it really shows the commitment and the appetite for you to be here and to attend this event. My name is Bethlehem, like the city, Bethlehem, where Jesus is born. So I think it should be easy to remember. You can call me Beth for short. I'm originally from Ethiopia. I work within the International Labour Organization as a program officer. And I've been in Uganda, I think now for 3 years. Such a lovely country, such a lovely people, and very welcoming. So I don't think I'm going to leave anytime soon as well, like Miriam. Coming to the question, what excites me about partnerships is, especially with the current context for Ugandan entrepreneurs and youth, is inclusivity and innovation. I think my colleague Onesimus have touched upon a bit in terms of we need the voices of everyone if we want to improve and have productive enterprise ecosystem. So dialogues like this with the youth and hearing youth voices is very, very critical. And we always have policies at the upper level, but they don't really reflect what's coming from the bottom and from the youth. And so I was actually happy to hear earlier the MC saying, we're circulating this paper so that you write your analysis, your perspective, it can be included in this policy. So platforms like this and having inclusivity reflect in terms of the bigger pictures and programs that design is very key in partnership and innovation as well. Innovation in a sense of not only digitalization, because digitalization is currently a very key factor, but how do we also bring the different actors and stakeholders? And this panel is, for example, a clear example. You have private sector, you have government, you have development partner. Maybe you can have a youth sitting here as well. So platforms and like this, which bring the different perspective, the different ideas, those are that would shape partnerships in the future. How do we work? How do we disrupt? How do we design? And what was the third one? Deliver. Exactly. So it comes from all of us, and having this and having all people and all stakeholders in an innovative way is really the key for future of enterprises and growth for me in Uganda. Thank you very much.
I wish I could have a microphone closer. Thank you very much, Bethlehem. I don't think I will forget now. But we want to learn a little bit more from your experiences, especially that you've had quite an experience with different partnerships models. And we just want to appreciate how those models have helped to create decent jobs. So I understand that you've been working with the prospects and the joint labor migration programs, and I'm sure you've seen what has been working across East Africa. What would you say are the 2 to 3 partnerships models, especially between government and the UN and the private sector, that have successfully created sustainable jobs for youth and forced migrants? And how can Uganda replicate them at scale?
Okay, thank you very much. So from my experience, employment and creation of job is not a one entity undertaking. It's a big task that from the micro level, you need the right policies to be in place that will allow for job or employment creation, including policies and strategies towards skills development, attracting private sector, having the right intermediaries in place, and so on. So you need to have the right policies at the micro level. At the meso level, you also need to have good programs. For example, we can take programs like the President Initiative, which is running by the President Office, and so many others. And then at the micro level, implementing those on the ground. So job creation and employment is not, it's a challenge that would be and needs to be tackled by everyone in the spectrum and in the ecosystem. From the experience we have working in Prospects in Uganda, Prospect is a program that works with refugee and host communities for creation of decent jobs. And when I say decent, I'm not sure how many of people know decent jobs. What do we mean by decent jobs? Do you
I'm a brave audience to tell us.
You can also Google, by the way. So I will come and ask you later on what do we mean by decent jobs. So you can take that assignment and maybe look to AI, ChatGPT. They're there to help us. So, but for the scalable models we have is having government and private sector run programs and co-design curriculars. So one example, for example, is apprenticeship programs or internship programs that are co-designed and by the private sector, by training institutes, led by the government and supported by development partners. Because private sector or employers are key regards to telling us what skills are needed in the labor market. So the skills that we need to develop need to be demand-driven, not supply-driven. Most of us have interest, passion, and it's okay to follow our interest and passion. But because my neighbor is doing hairdressing, I don't need to do hairdressing. Is there a job market for that skill? So what does the job market requires for? And that information comes from employers and private sectors. So they really have a great role to play in designing curriculars for education system. So it's very critical at the higher level that the education system, training institutes, employers, as well as workers need to come together to co-design this kind of programs. So we have one program, for example, in the hotel and tourism sector, where we take youth from the refugee and host communities, place them in a training institute in Jinja at the Hotel Institute. They are trained there for 3 months, theoretically, and they're placed with different hotel at work-based learning for the next 6 months. So they get the practical experience from the hotels as well as the theoretical experience. And then by the end, they graduate after a 1-year program. So this would give them the opportunity to have that work experience as well. Earlier, our keynote speaker was saying, when you go to apply for a job, you're fresh graduates, but then they're asking you 5-year experience. Where do you get that experience? So having this apprenticeship internship model together with the government and the private sector is very key to allow young people to get hands-on job experience in the market. And from the example I mentioned earlier, almost 80% of the youth that went through that program, when they finish, they are already retained by the employers that they're interning or apprenticeshiping for. So if private sector, and our colleague can also tell us, if they train you, if you work with them, they don't also want to let go of that talent that they developed. So they would also give opportunities. So if we work really, really closely with the private sector, more opportunities and more growth can be created. And the youth can also learn practical skills. In the job market, more than the theoretical skills we have, we need what we call core skills. Especially now that more than ever when the world of work is being disruptive. And these core skills include, for example, social and emotional skill, communication skills, teamwork skills, leadership skills. Do we have that? Basic digital literacy skills. Now you need that in every work environment. Cognitive skills like critical thinking, problem solving. These are what we call core skills, but also transferable skills. You can transfer these skills anywhere, in any job, in any sector where you go to. So if you're really good in demonstrating these skills, then in addition to what you're learning or what you want to do, even when you want to be entrepreneurs, these skills are very, very key. So it's very important to develop that, and work-based models and learnings can develop. So that's, for me, one model that really is workable. The next is what we call, for us, job search clubs or employment centers, job centers. There are also centers where they bring peers, youths together to change experiences, but also deliver skills. For example, how many of us are in university or in any college or? Okay. So do they give you trainings in terms of CV writing, applying for a job, interview skills? They do. So those are some of the examples, because once we go out, how do we write? And sometimes I also receive CVs when we open for jobs. The CVs you see the quality is very, very low. So these are also models that support youth to scale and to look for the job market. So for me, I think I can say these are the few, but there is a lot more. But work-based learning is very, very critical, and that's a model where we can really see change happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. That's very informative. And there's so many things to pick up on there that could use an expanded conversation. and we will be coming back to you maybe to hear more about that. Very briefly on SMS, you coordinate the SDG implementation across government. Which specific SDG targets in terms of SDG 8 and 17 are most achievable right now through deliberate public-private collaboration? And what concrete steps should entrepreneurs take today to align with national priorities? Which of the targets are we likely to meet? What should entrepreneurs be doing to align with national priorities in order for us to meet those targets?
Thank you. I'm part of those who coordinate the implementation of SDGs, but my main work is communicating sustainability, creating consciousness for sustainability, people-driven and local action towards the achievement of the SDGs, and also creating knowledge about sustainability in all its dimensions. The SDGs which relate to the topic today are a number. It's not only SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. She already asked what decent work means. I think we have done our homework. Partnerships is something which we already responded to, SDG 17. But we have the other goals. All these other goals have to work properly for us to talk about youth entrepreneurship, for us to talk about decent work. We look at SDG 4 on quality education. We need to have future-ready skills if we are talking about entrepreneurship and other things. We need to talk about SDG 9 on innovation, industry, and infrastructure, because these are core enablers for entrepreneurship. We can go on and on. SDG 3 on good health. You cannot be a good entrepreneur if the health system is not that good. We need to be healthy mentally and physically for us to deliver a great entrepreneurship framework. But getting back to SDG 8 and 17, we appreciate the fact that, for example, when we go to the medium, the MSMEs, these employ over 2.5 million people countrywide, and they are responsible for about 80% of the manufactured output that we have as a country, and this makes a case for us as a country to empower enterprises directly to create an enabling environment, because these enterprises advance our development as a country. When you look at the government's new 10-fold growth strategy to make sure that we increase our GDP by 2040 from $50 billion to $500 billion in 2040, there is an explicit interest to grow the entrepreneurial class, to drive sustainable innovation and investment. And this, of course, mirrors SDG 8 Target 3 on decent work, on supporting small enterprises. It also mirrors SDG 8 Target 6 on youth employment and skilling. And all these are ripe for action. When you look at SDG 17 on partnership squarely, there is a focus on from SDG 17, Target 7, which encourages the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, and also the partnerships with the civil society. The implementation of the SDGs, for example, is a multi-sector has a multi-sector approach. If you look at the national coordination framework for the SDGs, we need youth on board, we need civil society on board, we need the private sector on board, and so is the implementation of the initiatives that help us to grow economically, talk of entrepreneurship. So these are things which are already in the public policy discourse. They're already being prioritized. When you look at the NDP 4, it's not strengthening the private, public-private partnerships, because it is the PPPs that attract these additional funds. into the public sector and also bring innovation. They bring modern technologies and expertise. And that's how we get knowledge and skills transfer into the entrepreneurship ecosystem and other things. So on things which we can do as entrepreneurs today, some of these concrete steps, we need to register and formalize. When we talk about formalizing, we don't only mean registering. We mean financial identity. There are some businesses which don't use mobile money, for example, which have no bank account. So we have no financial identity. We need digital platforms identity. We are now in the fourth industrial revolution, and our businesses, first of all, must be present and also digitally, and they must use these digital tools. We are talking about professional associations. If I'm into a business that does coffee trade, adds value to coffee, in what associations do I belong to ensure that I expand the social capital of my own business to make more profit? So the challenge for us to scale these successes is really upon us. How do we bring more entrepreneurs? How do we both new and old into these frameworks, and also align our businesses to the national priorities? The other thing is, of course, aligning to the priority sectors. When we look at the tenfold growth strategy, we have the ATMs, we have the agro-industrialization, we have tourism, we have mineral, oil and gas, we have the STI, which is a part of the digital transformation strategy we have for this country. So how our businesses align to these priority sectors? When we look at the NDP4, how are we aligning our businesses to the priorities of the NDP, for example? We need to tap into innovation funds. There is a Science, Technology, Innovation Fund under the STI Secretariat in the Office of the President, and many others. How are we tapping into these available funds? The other one is embracing digital platforms and partnerships. We need to be present online. We need to use technology to enhance our practices as entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much, Onesimus. I hope we're taking notes, especially, when Bethlehem was talking about those available avenues and the programming that they're doing, that you jot that down and you know where to go for that conversation to grow. And the same thing with what Onesimus was saying. Did we all hear about that fund that's available? So I hope that you can follow up with Future Then, you can follow up with Onesimus after this chat, ask a question, how do we access that? Thank you so much for shedding light on all of those amazing initiatives and how entrepreneurs can align with the national agenda and the national development priorities. Ms. Amgizi, I have an interesting question. So you have started several businesses here in Uganda, and we can say that you've built multiple companies. We want to know what your real life experience has been like partnering or attempting to partner with the government or larger corporations. What has worked brilliantly for you, but also what has been frustrating? What needs attention?
Very interesting. Realistically, the only pattern you can do currently in Uganda, realistically, which we have tried and somehow became successful, is through government. We've failed to convince most multinational companies, these big companies, because the attempt that we've made to partner with them look at us as too small to do business. That is the biggest challenge that I've realized. There was a workshop that was that took place at Africana. And when I made the presentation of the turnover of my company, I think 2 years ago, my company turnover was 10 billion, and I'm in construction sector. The person I wanted to do business with, a Chinese, had turnover of, I think, 1,000 times mine. So when he made the presentation, he said, what business can we do together? By the end of the presentation, I had already said, I cannot. I can only be an employee of that person. So that is one of the biggest challenge. However, there are some positives, especially when you partner with government. And the advantage is that when you do partner with government, most financial institutions can support. They believe that partnering or doing business with government creates some level of stability, and somehow they are sure that government can delay but can never fail to pay. So you will be able to attract or get some financial support by simply doing business with government. Two, there are times when government can also directly give you support. We have also realized that most of the companies in Uganda or businesses that have struggled and have been bailed out by government in form of buying shares and or direct support from government. So that is also another advantage that you can also benefit, especially when you make your case clear and you convince the government that you have a genuine reason to be supported, you are creating employment, you are producing goods that are essential, and you put up your case. However, there are also other disadvantages, as you have said, because dealing with government or partnering with government has also so many issues. Apart from the bureaucracy that you go through, decision making, for your government to take a decision, you should know there is somebody who is a lawyer for government. That paper will take a month. From that, it will go to the current ministry for the minister also to put a note. If you have dealt with government, you know decisions really take long. And for us in the private sector, a day or an hour is too a long time. If you want to move and progress, you need to take decisions immediately. So if you deal with the government, that will take a month before a decision is made, and it becomes a very big challenge to our side. Of course, if you also know that government has also other issues they go through, you must have, you have different arms of government, the IGG, the Auditor General. So if you know you're going to deal with the government, then you have that transparency audit that you go through. And of course, some of these take long, take your time, But as they say, omwavu tabera nachi. So if you're a poor person, you will have to do better with that. However, I can tell you, the youth who are here, that in this country, it is very hard to avoid government because the government is the biggest employer, both in direct employment and in business. We do not have big companies, big multinationals that can create jobs for the private sector. So mostly suppliers, construction companies, all deal with government. So we can't, and it's not very hard to avoid dealing with the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you've emphasized that we need to learn about the systems, to learn about what works. when it comes to collaborating with the government. I like that you've realistically said this is something that you can't get away from. So it's better to be equipped with knowledge. So I expect that when we walk away from this room today, we go and read a strategy, we look into entry points for the kinds of businesses or projects we're interested in, and we learn what oversight looks like from the government on that, because no matter what industry you're working in, you somehow still have to be in touch with the regulation bit of it. I think you've answered what my follow-up question was going to be in terms of non-financial support. Quite clearly, the capacity gaps in SMEs and local businesses. What non-financial support can the government offer to make sure that your work to create employment is faster and seamless? Just under a minute or two.
Thank you. Thank you. Government, one, the private sector, me and you, supports the government. See, government operates through the tax you pay, okay? Through taxing businesses, through taxing the employees, through taxing international businesses that import from out. Apart from the financial part of it, how does the government come to assist SMEs? One, the most important is what to do with the infrastructure. The infrastructure I'm talking about is the road that you used when you're coming here, the railway for bringing containers from Mombasa, we're a landlocked country, the ports for those who do exports using water. All those things create a lot conducive environment for business life. I can tell you, if you're going to practically bring a container on the road from Mombasa to Kampala, you would need $4,000 US. If we had a railway network, it would be $500. In terms of business, you might look at the difference as small, but imagine a company that brings in 300, 500 containers every day in Uganda in form of inputs. It's a cost. So we are also appealing to the government that as part of infrastructure, to reduce on business transaction costs, create that infrastructure that will reduce the cost of doing business. Then the next one, apart from the infrastructure, there is another thing to do with regulation. Regulation, the laws, the taxation. That's what I'm talking about. Realize that for people, business to thrive, you need what they call a tax incentive, a tax holiday. You imagine you start a business today, tomorrow morning, a tax officer is on your door. And it is not only URA, KCCA will be there, NSSF will be there, and these days I'm told even music, people come and say you are not supposed to play their music, you have to pay some tax. We are pushing and saying we must have an environment to allow somebody to do business until he's able to pay tax. That one will create an environment for us to strive in business. And that is very, very important. We have seen this. It is very unfortunate that most international companies are benefiting and local companies are not. But we will not stop there. We shall keep pushing that we must have a tax holiday for people to be able to strive in business. There is also something to do with capacity building. You see, as Madam Bethrin, I think I'm announcing your name very well, said, I am an employer. I would want to have employees. I would want to recruit somebody who knows what to do. I should not recruit somebody, then I also take you back to training. Okay? We need the government to create an environment where we train our youth to come out when they are well equipped on what to do. Okay? You might not work for me, but you can also work for yourself. No one can do that. The private sector do not have the capacity to do that. Government should be able to create an environment. I'm happy government has also tried and woken up. I have seen industrial innovation hubs which they have started. I have seen currently the president has skilling programs. All those ones are very good for the youth to come out when they know what to do. Okay? We should not produce engineers who cannot build a house. We should not produce electrical engineers who cannot cannot wire a house. We need government to do better on that area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very informative, very powerful points. Bethlehem, perhaps this is the last question before our last lightning round. International organizations often play the middleman. We want to know, how can the International Labour Organization and similar bodies really de-risk partnerships? We just had Mr. Mgizi talk about his presentation at that workshop and how he was falling way below the standard of what an international player in the same industry would require for a partnership. So what can we do to, in a sense, build trust in terms of de-risking local SMEs so that they can have better prospects? What kind of partnerships need to exist so that both government and the private sector feel safe to commit real resources? Because we know that without real resources, there will be no job creation. But there's a whole trust issue because of the capacity gaps in the SMEs. What opportunities are existing there to reach those gaps?
Okay. As development partners, most of the time our job is facilitating. We're facilitators. We're not taking over the government job. We're not taking over the private sector job, or really implementers of, for example, the NDP4. We're part of it, but we're not the main actors. So, for example, ILO is a tripartite agency. Tripartite means that it's actually the governing body of ILO is comprised of workers, employers, and government. These three critical entities. And these entities are the ones that are needed for decent and productive employment creation in any country. So our job is to provide that facilitative environment and create a space for dialogue. So in a certain sector, in a specific thematic areas, we create that platform where workers, employers, and government come and discuss on certain issues to come up with a joint plan, a joint action plan for implementation. So that really brings the different actors together. When we go into the ground, for example, like my colleague said, they're not surprised by what government is putting out there because they were part of the planning, they were part of the policy creation. They agreed on to what terms are there and what is needed from them and what's also needed from the workers. So this joint planning, joint policy making is very critical, and that's where we come in as a facilitators to bring these different actors together. The second is evidence generation. For de-risking and for anyone to come in to buy an idea, most of us want evidence. Even personally, before I invest in something, I want to see if that investment is actually profitable in certain areas. Otherwise, I will not go and invest. So for us, we also support evidence creation. For example, in labor market assessments, we support government in employment policy creations. So on labor market assessment, what are the skills currently existing? What are the skills that are needed in the market? Where is the gap? And what are future-ready skills that are needed in the country for the next 5-10 years? So when we have this evidence, then it speaks to everyone. So that's where then employers can also come in and invest to train or to uptake some of the skilled youth, because there is evidence that these areas employers actually need skills. The other is supporting and piloting scalable models. Like I said earlier, we can, as an international body, we get lessons and experiences from different countries where we can co-create models on employment creation, entrepreneurship support. And we facilitate to demonstrate and to pilot those models on the ground so that, do they work in Uganda, for example? What needs to be needed to be fixed? And when we then show workable models, then that's where the government can also be investing in. As a national planning, they can set aside national funds. For example, in the work I mentioned earlier, apprenticeship program in the hotel and tourism sector, we first supported the first round of apprenticeship program. But now the government actually seen how productive that is. So now they're working to scale up that program into the other growth sectors in agriculture, in mineral and tourism, oils and minerals, and other digital as well. So those are some of the areas. And the other is supporting system strengthening and capacity building for TVET institutions, for government bodies, for even the private sector. How do we make our our work environment productive? What are the decent work principles? Do we have safe safe working environments, especially in the construction sector? My colleague here, if he has employee turnover every year, it's not being profitable. So what needs to be for him to be productive, to keep employees working, but also for employees, how do they be productive in that place? What is needed for their skills to development, growth, safe working conditions? So these are the areas where we come in as a development partner to really demonstrate. The other is information sharing. For example, there are so many programs in Uganda, so many programs, but how many of them are known to the youth, to the actual groups that these programs are being designed? Second is that we have all these revolving innovation funds, but do we have any programs that capacitate the groups and the entrepreneurs to actually tap into those programs? Business development services, for the question you asked on non-financial services. Because for business to grow and to create, first of all, we need to know what makes us motivated enough to go into this business. What's the reason behind to generate? And then how do we grow our business? How do we create our business? Business plan creation, development. These are very critical skills. Financial literacy, the most important skill. Because most businesses actually fail after like a year or two of their establishment because they go into losses and then they don't know how to manage their businesses. So we bring these demonstrable models and tools so that they can be uptaken by the different actors and that reach the use broadly. So yeah, just this is to say a few. Thank you very much.
Okay, due to time, I did have one more pressing question, but we've really run out of time. So I will leave the next 2 to 3 minutes to take just 2 questions from the audience, and max maybe 3. If we could quickly, if we have a question for any of our panelists, now would be a great time.
Wow, thank you so much. My question is going to be general. Any of the panelists can answer. Many times we are pushing the young people into innovation and creativity to join entrepreneurship. They try out and join innovation, but along the way, they get distracted by the terms and conditions of government. For example, one is skilled into wine production. This person joins that venture. They begin the process. And along the way, they cannot display their wine. Why? Because the authorities will come in and say, you need to certify your product. You need to have, they call them what stamp? You need to pay local excise duty, yeah. Many things of that sort. Actually, they come to us inquiring, what then can we do? How can we be supported from the time of production until when our product can be accepted by society or by government? And we get stuck because where is this product going to be tested from if it's not put on the shelf of maybe a shop or supermarket? We really get stuck. You get short of the answers because you know it that a product must be tested before it is approved and began to be consumed by society. To you that have been into this for long and maybe are partnering with government, what advice can you give? Because we are busy telling the young people, please create, innovate, skill and produce something. But how are we going to support them? How are we going to protect them? To motivate them, continue doing what we are telling them to do. Thank you.
Another quick question. I hope we've taken notes of that. Another quick question. We just have 2 questions because of time.
Any question from that side?
Any question?
Yes, thank you so much. My question goes to Miss Bethlehem. Please, I would like to know, because we realize that in Uganda we have a lot of graduate unemployment. And I think one of the causes is rates back from the start from poor career guidance or even coaching and such services. So I'm wondering, is there any kind of programs in the International Labour Organization that as people who are planning or who have the passion to help people in that field can join into?
Thank you so much. So to answer that, I'll let Bethlehem answer.
No professional program, and has also taken part and been and he's also an alumni of the University of London, where he did a bachelor's in social sciences. When it comes to community work, he's the president of the Uganda Community Organization in California, and he did that work in the USA from 2006, where were some of you, to 2007. And as well, he is the vice president and legal advisor and the Provisionary Rotary Club of Chiwafu. The other word, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's not in English, please pardon me. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get up on our feet, we're going to receive much insights. Let's get up on our feet and welcome Mr. Dennis Paolo Kavuma. Let's clap until he makes it here. Let's give it up for Mr. Dennis Paolo Kavuma up till he makes it to this stage. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MC. The MC has made it known how old I am. Probably before some of you were born. The earlier speaker, Mr. Tusubira, referred to the CellTel, the advent of CellTel, or the mobile phones in Uganda. So I was, how can I put it? I was a partner in crime. I was one of the people who worked for CellTel when they had just started. In what? What year did they start? Can somebody remind me? In 2000. So a number of you perhaps were not yet born. Anyhow, my name is Dennis Paolo Kavuma. As I've told you, I've covered a lot. I've recently opened a leadership institution. This leadership institution is based on my life skills, my life experiences. But before I get into that, am I allowed to disrupt a little bit? Yeah? Okay, I'd like to thank the previous speakers for the talk they gave us. Very interesting. However, I'm going to disrupt. How many of you are students or have just gone into employment? Okay. Thank you. So again, I'm disrupting, but it's an honest opinion. When people are just starting out, it's very good to have these programs to get them into employment, but personally and from experience, what these young people need is a step-by-step guide into getting into employment, for example, is a step-by-step guide how they become entrepreneurs, a step-by-step guide how they get into partnership. How do I get into partnership? I've just finished university. I have a dream to do ABCD, but how do I get there? How do I physically get there? Now, the difference is that I've been lucky. God has blessed me to study here in Uganda, work here in Uganda, but also go abroad and experience like the work ethic, the corporate ethic abroad. And also, perhaps you can say, the government, the efforts or the strides or the incentives government gives to young people who've just finished university, young people who want to get into employment, the kind of backing they give them. So I've experienced that. And I think, yes, the Ugandan government and other parastatals have done a lot to help the young people. But I think, again, there has to be a very strong foundation. There has to be a very strong starting point. Things I've mentioned, simple things, ABCD. I'm at university, I have a dream. I heard somebody had a dream to do winemaking. That's okay. That's okay. But give them the steps from the very beginning. How do I get into winemaking? How much money is going to take me? It's like a business plan, but simple steps. You know, I hope I did not disrupt too much, but that's my disrupt piece. Okay. Today, I'm here to talk about turning Faison. Your thing's not working, it's stuck. Turning vision into value, and ultimately success. I have my big hands can't let me scroll. So, okay, so I move it like that. It's not moving. Again, my hands. Maybe we can work using my laptop. My fingers are. It's not moving. It's not moving at all. Anyhow, while we're waiting for the laptop, I'll tell you a little story. Mr. Tusubira mentioned it earlier. It's about education. And I think somebody spoke about it earlier. The Ugandan system of education is very good. But by the time I went to school, you guys were not born. However, what I learned at the time, the education was so Eurocentric. By Eurocentric, I mean it was so inclined to everything white, everything European being superior to the African culture, to the African education. So what does that mean to a little child? It means that everything you as an African, Mr. Tusubira mentioned it earlier, learning about the dark continent. You as an African child, it is inculcated in your head that because you're African, because you're dark, you're a second-rate or mediocre citizen. So I hope that has changed. Do you people still have, or when you went to school, do you still have history books where you were told that who discovered Lake Victoria? I say, hey, Mzungu man, was it Livingstone? Who discovered Lake Hubbard? Oh, Samuel Baker. Do they still teach that? Yes? Did you say yes? I think then it's time to disrupt the education system. It's only, I'm about to start, it's only when I went abroad and I got to England for my university, that's when I realized that everything I had been taught about being African was totally wrong. Because my awakening was when I'd gone to school and you have like transportation, the tube which goes underground anyhow, and while on the road, while I was walking, I met a Muzungu beggar, and I repeat, a Muzungu guy who was begging me for money. Now, from everything I was taught in Uganda, I had been led to believe that everything, the life, the welfare abroad in England, everybody was rich. It was at that moment that I realized that even white people, Europeans, can be poor. So it was at that point I started to unlearn, to learn again. You know, and I hope you guys, when you get to certain situations, you be in a position to unlearn, to relearn. Anyhow, let's get to my presentation. My presentation is how to turn vision into value and ultimately success. It is in a world where we live, you get up in the morning, you know, with a clear picture of not just where you want to go, but where your journey matters. So today, really, I'm talking about something that sits at every success, every story, every innovation, every breakthrough. I'm talking about vision. So what exactly is vision? I have a number of definitions of vision, but it all depends which one is relevant to you. So I'll just quickly knock off 2 or 3. Vision is an experience and ability to be able to see something that others do not see. I'll give you an example. We can all be here and there's something, let's say this is a bush, and it is a bush. And then I can come and say, that's a bush, don't waste your time. And then you can actually come and say, although it's a bush, I see a hotel there. I see a shopping arcade. I see something big and growing. I see a skyscraper. Now, that is vision. That is vision. Some people are lucky to have it just like that. Some people, like me, are unlucky. It takes them a long time to get it, but somehow they get it. I think that is the best definition of vision. It's a mental picture of something that you may want to see or position you want to be in the future. It can be a roadmap to your future, a guiding light or a compass that reflects your core values, your deepest desires, and the kind of life you want to create. Some other people say it is the fuel that propels you forward even when things get tough. I'll take you to a biblical definition. I understand all of you are strong believers. So in the Bible, vision is often associated with an encounter with God. As in Genesis 15:1, Abraham had a vision with God delivering his covenant. Jacob had a vision of a ladder ascended and descended by angels. But the most attention-grabbing matter or relation to vision in the Bible is found in Proverbs, where they say, where there's no vision, people perish. Vision in this context means divine insight, revelation that guides and sustains us, giving meaning and direction to life. I'll quickly talk about types of vision. Types of vision. You have personal vision, a life vision, who you are and where you want to go with your life. You have business vision. Business vision, that's where, like most of you who've started businesses, they tell you to do a feasibility study and they ask you for your your mission statement, your vision statement and mission statement. Basically, they just want to show where is your business going to go 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. So you need to predict the future. Next, we'll talk about examples of visions. Examples of visions, again, it varies from one person to another. So you can have personal goals, career goals, and educational goals. From my personal perspective, one of the strongest examples of vision that I listen to, and perhaps most of you, is the I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King. Can anyone, with a show of hands, show me? Put up your hands to see if you've heard about that speech, if you've listened to it before. I Have a Dream speech. Yeah? Now, that is a very powerful speech of vision, of purpose. It is concise. It knew where it contained all the characteristics of a vision. I have a dream. So visions must inspire. Visions must motivate people to act and overcome challenges. And visions must be future-oriented to paint a picture of a desired future outcome. Dreams must be clear and very easy to understand and to remember. Last of all, visions must be passionate, infused with emotion and commitment. So we ask ourselves, why should you create a vision? Why do you need it? Why, is it important? I think it is. I think it is. And this is why. The need to create a vision, it all starts with you as an individual when you decide to create a vision. Long ago, again, I have to go back to books which we read when we were young. There's a book called Alice in Wonderland. Did you ever read it, or did they ever read it for you when you were kids? Yeah? Anyhow, the story about Alice in Wonderland is Alice was a little young girl walking in the forest, and I think she had gotten lost. So she was walking in the forest, and then she got to a part where the road veered. There was a fork in the road, meaning one path went to the left, another path went to the right. And she had to make a decision which path she could take. And right there was a cat. And Alice asked the cat that, which road should I take? Alice asked the cat. And the cat, in its wisdom, told Alice, well, Alice, it depends where you want to go. Where do you want to go? Alice did not know where to go. So the moral of the story is each and everyone, all of us, must decide where we want to go. Each and every one of us must create a roadmap. It doesn't matter. You can be young, you could be a university graduate, you could be like myself in my 50s. And one of my stories is that it took me a very long time to find my roadmap. It took me a very long time to find my purpose. It took me a very long time to really stabilize and say, this is what I want to do. So if I can do it, and I'm in my late 50s, so can you. And again, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be a winemaker, you could be a university student, you could be a nutritionist, you could be in real estate, you could be a lawyer, you can be anything. But you can start at any given moment. So that is the moral of the story of Alice in Wonderland. Again, let's quickly look at what makes up a vision. What are the ingredients that make a vision? A vision is a picture that you draw. The second thing, vision portrays a change that you're going to make. Vision contains values that you want to adapt. And a vision is a map. But lastly, a vision is a challenge to make you move from a stage where you are, which is inactive, to another stage where you need to act. It's a challenge. To give, again, I'm sorry, because I'm old, I give historical examples. The former president and late president of America, called President John F. Kennedy, said, do not ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. This is a challenge. What can you do? As opposed to somebody I was there, Advocate Peter was saying that are you saying, he was asking me, that are you saying that the government has to do each and everything for students, for people looking, 10 minutes left, ooh, okay, for people looking for, thank you, for people looking for work? I said, no, the government must have in place a foundation. Then it's up to the students and whoever wants to go in business to jump at that opportunity. But the government must create the opportunities, and you guys must be ready to take advantages of that opportunity. So why is vision important? I'll go quickly. It's important because it provides direction. It's like a GPS. It motivates. Vision inspires. Vision unifies teams, it unifies communities, it drives innovation, and it gives you a focused and sustainable impact, not just long term. How do you create next? How do you create a vision? Has any of you, what do you put on your phones as a, what do you call it? Yeah, screensaver. What do you put? You put your husband, you put your wife, you put your babies. What do you put? Or your favorite car? Cats. Okay. My advice to each and every one of you, including myself, I just recently started, is put on your screensaver, put your visions, put your dreams. Put your dreams on your screensavers. Why? Because this is what you're going to focus on every day you wake up, every time you're going to sleep. This is your vision. I'll just use I'm a man and I love cars, so one of the, and it doesn't have to be one picture. You can put 4 or 6 pictures, depending on how big your phone is. So, but one of the things on my vision boards is a car. It's a Ferrari. So every time I look at it, I say, I must drive that car. I must drive that car. You know, I'm going to save up for it. Even though the roads in Uganda are bad, at least I'll drive it on the Northern, is it called the Northern Express, from one point to another. But that's just an example. You know, but put your dreams, put your visions on your screensavers. Internally, your brain and everything, your entire being will work towards that goal. I just use the car just as a simple example. Next. Business vision, that's for entrepreneurs. For people who want to go into business, you have to create a business statement. Then ways of setting up your vision, you reflect on your cause, and you actually have to decide what matters to you. Your core values or your principles you hold dear, like honesty, respect, integrity. This is steps in discovering your vision. I'll quickly move on to how vision is used. Vision can be used personally in shaping life's goals, building resilience, and nurturing purpose. You can use it at work to drive strategic planning, leadership, and growth. In society, it can create social change. And for you entrepreneurs who want to go into partnership with people, you can use it very well. Benefits of having vision. You have a clear focus, increased productivity, stronger leadership, problem solving, greater resilience. And then on the other hand, like I said, what happens if you lack vision? What happens if you haven't found your vision? What happens if you haven't found your purpose? What do? You continue drifting from this and that until you find it. But don't give up. Keep dreaming, keep looking for your vision. And then the next step is value, because we're now turning vision into value. Value is you can call it a tangible worth created through actions and ideas. It is, some people call it's the real worth created through your actions or ideas to improve your life and other people's lives, but most importantly, to solve problems. So benefits of value: build trust, enhance reputation, you get returns on financial and social. Then we go into turning. How do you turn vision into value? When vision and value fuse, they translate aspirations into great impact, and a meaningful progress happens, and your dreams become real. So Steps to turn vision into value. Clarify your vision, make it specific, align your vision with your core and values, break down your goals and vision into clear strategic goals. I understand you guys have something called SMART. They must be SMART. S is for specific, M, A, what is R? Is it relevant? And then T? Time bound. There you go. Somebody earlier asked about how do you set the goals. That is how you do. But at the end of the day, it's important that you measure your goals and you keep evaluating until you get it right. Then benefits of turning vision into value: personal fulfillment, professional success, motivation for teams, economic growth, and sustained innovation. Then we have implications and application. We've already said that. You set up SMART plans and you can apply it in your personal goals, work, enterprise, and social settings. Then call to action. I'm winding up because I'd like to take some questions quickly. I hope the organizers allow me that. I need to take some questions. So, at the end of the day, we all have the power within us to disrupt the ordinary, design the extraordinary, and deliver value. So ignite your vision, transform it boldly into value, and watch how your life will change and everyone around you. The future, ladies and gentlemen, belongs to those who see it and seize it. So stand up, embrace your vision, and turn it into legacy of value. Let's all together shape a future where vision fuels value and value transforms the world, starting with Uganda. So rise as a disruptor, a designer, and a deliverer. The world is waiting for your vision turned to value. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. We can do better than that, right?
Any questions?
Yeah, so we would like to take some questions. If you have a question on any side, okay.
Anything.
Let's begin.
Life lessons.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank
and my question is, sometimes we, a personal sort of question, we set very unrealistic visions or goals. Okay, to people they are unrealistic, but to you they might be realistic in your head or in your picture that you draw. And how does one be patient to pursue or to wait enough for that vision to come to pass? Because most of the young people, we give up so fast when things are not aligning or coming out really fast. So what does it take for me to stay patient until I see the picture that I have in my mind come to pass?
Thank you. Shall I answer that or I wait for more? I can answer that while, okay. Now, if I have this right, you're saying you have unrealistic goals, or some people may see them unrealistic, and you want to be patient. You don't have the patience. Okay, you don't have the patience, and at times you want to give up. From my own experience, and this is what I can tell you, and this is from my own experience, ladies and gentlemen. God made us to dream. If God did not want us to dream, He would not have created us in the way He created us. So dreaming is part of humans. It is part of you. So you can dream anything you want to be. Now the question is, number one, how are you going to achieve that dream? Question number two, and more importantly, is how patient are you going to be? How patient are you going to wait? My answer to you, according again to my experience, is that for each and every one, for the dreams that we have, the objectives, finding our identity, finding our purpose, finding what we're doing in this world, is you must, again, write down, after writing down what your dream is, the important thing is write down the steps of what you need to do to achieve that dream. I'll repeat that. You need to, if you want to, what's your dream? Sorry, what's your name again? Jackie. Give me any example of a dream you have. Yes? Okay, you want to be the best dietitian in the world. So you have to create a path, or you have to write down the channels that you have to go through to be the best of the very best. Number one, you read books, you read this, you read that. And the advantage you guys have now is you have the internet. Use the internet. You can go to, I'll ask, what is the best dietitian school in the world? Is it in France? Is it in Italy? Is it in South Africa? I'll give you an example. During our days, when we were young, somebody talked about hotels in Uganda. I think it was Bethlehem. Talked about training hoteliers in a college in Jinja. Now, during our time when we were young, there was a very famous college. I think it was the best in East Africa, if not the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa. It used to be in Kenya. They used to call it Utalii. I'm not sure if anybody has heard about it. Utalii College. It was the best of the best in diets and hotel, catering. So each and everybody, they used to send people to Utalii. And anyone who came out of Utalii was the best of the best. They were the la creme de la creme of anything hotel. So you have to find out the very best dietitian school in the world. You have the internet, like I said. Go on the internet. So you don't have to spend fees or tuition fees to fly to, I don't know, France or Italy or wherever the best college is. You can do it on the internet. But the two things you must do, create steps and create a roadmap on the things you need to do to get there. But most of all, be patient. Focus on your dream. Be patient. And the other thing is, get like-minded people around you. You'll have a number of people who will, I call them prophets of doom. You can't do it. Don't waste your time. Why are you wasting your time? Drop all those people. You need to have like-minded people with you who will support you, who will be pushing you all the way, and whatever little step you make ahead, they'll be encouraging you. But keep believing in your dreams. Don't stop. Don't give up. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Our next question is here.
Oh, hi. What's your name? Anisha. Anisha, nice to meet you. Come. Okay.
What can I do if I'm confused about my vision since I'm young?
So what can you do if you're confused about what?
My vision.
Okay. What can I do? Anisha's asked, what can she do about her vision if she's confused about her vision when she's young? Yeah? Yes? Since she's young. She's confused about her vision. What should she do since she's young? Okay. Anisha, keep dreaming. You right now at this age, you're going to have she's what? Yeah. You're going to have 100 visions. Keep dreaming them and I'll give you an example. What's your favorite sport at school?
Running.
Running. There you go. Anisha here likes running. And if I were Anisha's parents, I'd say, okay, Anisha loves running. Let's put her into an athletic school and see how she does from an early age. Okay, so that's one of the things you can do. So don't worry about being confused. You can think about 100 visions, but you can take one at a time. If you feel one is not working for you, you drop it, you go to the next. I'll tell you what, another thing. We as humans, God gave us the spirit, the condition to try anything. If it fails, don't beat yourself up. Just leave it and start something else. Anisha's story reminds me of another story. Again, they're old people. But have any of you heard of the Williams sisters, Serena and Venus? The world tennis players. They were like Anisha when they started out. Their father used to work at a private tennis company, members only club. And they used to be kids, they used to pick up tennis balls. But their father said that, I think my kids, like Anisha, like tennis. Let me start training them. And from a very early age, Mr. Williams trained Venus and Serena to play tennis. 20 years down the line, they became world champions in tennis. So Anisha, keep your dream alive. Keep dreaming. If you haven't yet found whatever you want to do, whatever you're interested in, try something new, okay? But the important thing is you keep dreaming, all right? Okay, now any other question? Do you have another question?
No.
Okay, thank you. Give me 5. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anisha. We have 2 more questions this time.
Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Coach Ruthie. I work with founders and employees, and I'm raising winning teams. So thank you so much for telling us that you took a bit long to find your purpose, but what can we learn from your failure? As leaders, we are so keen to talk about our successes. So if you could just give us a snip, check into your value map.
Obviously.
Thank you.
And let me tell you, actually, it's a story of failure and drifting. I finished my A-levels, or Form 6. I was in Kenya, I was in Nairobi. And then I wanted to either attend Nairobi University or Makerere. But during those days, I think they were the days of the war, 1988, 89. Yes. So, but I had applied for a scholarship to go abroad. So I got a scholarship and I went to England. Now, when I went to England, I went to a school in Oxfordshire, which was good. But those days, getting foreign exchange was a problem. So you had to, it's not like now where the foreign exchange has been liberalized. You can go with your money, get your dollars or your pounds, and you do whatever you want to do. Those days you had to apply for foreign exchange from the central bank, something called Window 1 or Window 2. I think Mr. Tusubir is probably the only one who can understand it. Is anybody here? I don't think so. Window 1, Window 2 means you go to the central bank, you fill in a form saying that I want to apply for school fees for my son. These are my parents. For my son, he's in England, he's studying. Please kindly allow us to get the sterling pounds. Remember, it's your money. So the government at the time would say, yes, we'll give you foreign exchange, or no. I mean, they were not paying for you. This is your money. So my parents, the first year, they got the funding, and they told me, Dennis, we went through a hard time getting this money, so study hard. So as a young man, I think I was 18. I got the money, and what did I do? Instead of paying the fees, what did I do? And again, parents or everyone else, disrupt. The education system must teach, young people must teach us financial literacy. Here I go, I'm 18 years old. It's the first time I get £4,000. You had to open an account on my account, and I didn't know how to handle money. I did not know how to manage money. So I get this money on my account, and what do? I buy a car. I buy a car. I bought a car with that money. So what did that mean? I dropped out of school. So that was my failure, number one. I drop out of school. I don't tell my parents. For 1 year, I dropped out of school. But that perhaps was a silver lining, something I learned from it. So I had to look for work. So I started working. I was telling Council Peter there that I worked in a car wash, washing cars. I worked as a security guard. I was sweeping roads. I worked for KFC. The only job that I was afraid of that I was given, it was good money though, was to work in the graveyard. that one I said, hey, but I learned something. I learned how to manage money. And I feel, and again, if you haven't learned how to manage your funds, do it now. And I think, again, there should be a course on money management or financial literacy in our schools. So that happened. I said, okay, I've learned from it. And then again, there's so many examples, but another example of failure I can talk about is I started a business. This is actually when I had come back. After I graduated, came back to Uganda. I came back and I started a business to sell clothes. Now, in hindsight, I thought it would be cheaper for me to import clothes from the UK or from Europe those days. But I wasn't smart enough to realize that, number one, the market, since I was looking at really high-end stuff, the market here could not afford the pricing. That I could have gone to neighboring Kenya or found good tailors here in Uganda to make these clothes, but I did not. So I opened up the company. I did not last 6 months. The company closed, but then again, I learned something from it. That do your homework very well, get your taxes right, look for suppliers who fit your budget. And then 3 years later, I opened up again. So it's one of the small businesses that I have now. It's in Kabalagala. But the Gravitas Leadership Institute is my new baby. It talks about things I've gone through. I went to, like you said, I did things late. When I was in England, I had done law for 1 year, but I dropped out. So when I came back, I worked for Celtel, the company that brought in the mobiles, and then I worked for a company that brought CNN, then I worked for MTN. So I realized that, you have to keep moving, Then I worked again for Uganda Telecom. But in all that, I learned that be ready to whatever dream you have. It doesn't matter how old you are, you can still pursue your dream. The last company I worked for was, they do towers, called Eaton Towers. You see these towers that phone companies use. I've been appointed as a sales director. But then after 2 years, the company said they were being bought out by American tower company. And they said they were going to bring their own people. So they told me, Dennis, we are selling out, you can stay, but these people are coming with their own people. So I said, you know what? Let me pursue the dream. Although I was like in my early 50s, I said, let me pursue the dream I had to go back to law. So I resigned, went to the Law Council and Law Society. I asked them that, I have a degree in this, I have a degree in that. I did law for 1 year in the UK, but I dropped out. I want to do this again. I want to apply and become a lawyer. So they said, okay, we will not give you credits for the year you did or for the degree you have in social sciences, 0 credit. You must start from scratch. Starting from scratch means I start the law degree from year 1. So I said, really, I'm in my 50s. How am I going to look like? So anyhow, again, I had that dream. I hung on to it. I said, I'm going to run with this until, whatever happens. So I figured that because I was working for a corporate company, every evening, they would take you for drinks, dinner. And I said to myself, why waste this time? Especially you guys. Why waste time after 5 if you're working? Do something useful. So I said, I can use that time to do an evening program in law. So I went to the Law Society. No, the Law Council gave me a list of accredited universities that do LLB law evening programs. I ended up with Uganda Pentecostal University. I did 1 year. I'd go from 5 to 9 in the evening. Saturday mornings, 9 to 3. Sunday mornings, 10 to 4. And then every end of the month, I'd go to Fort Portal, where the headquarters used to be. They used to have a branch here in Kampala. So I did 1 year, I did 2 years, I did 3 years, I did 4 years. At 4 years, I was at 54, 55. I said, wow, you mean I've come all this way? Jackie, at 55, that's when I graduated. That's when I got my LLB degree. I said, okay, I'll take a break. I'll take a break. Then I said, but after having done that, why don't you go ahead and do your LDC? So I started LDC, and then that's when COVID hit. When COVID hit, and by the way, I'm a COVID survivor, I was hit very badly. I think we were doing an exam at LDC, and because of the pressure, the intense, I was doing an exam and I blacked out. So they took me to hospital, and then I was diagnosed with COVID-19. So I was there for about a month and a half. And luckily, I think there was a shutdown. So even LDC closed, everything became virtual online. To make a long story short, God took me through COVID-19, came out alive. After 2 days, I had to sit for exams. These people at LDC do not joke. They say, you either sit for exams or you wait for next year or the other year. So I sat for my exams, and, thank God I passed the exams. And then I was called to the bar, and now I've been practicing for 3 years as a lawyer. But then, again, that did not stop me from creating Gravitas Leadership Institute, and I'll give you the website. You guys can look at it. Gravitas Leadership Institute is about life lessons. Everything from school all the way to where I am, we have it in the program, so I teach it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me, and I look forward to meeting you again. If you have any further questions, I'll be on the table. So these guys, if I speak anymore, the Fed family might not invite me again. Thank you for inviting me, Fed family. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give him a very big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. These are real lessons from experiences, and they're very practical. Thank you so much. Another round of applause as he takes his seat. So right about now, we're going to have a mini break of 10 minutes. After that, we'll come back to our second panel discussion and then our last speaker. So there's a lot in store for you. Who knows, you might actually get a gift before this day ends. So please stay seated. So this is the time for us to connect, for you to check out our different partners. Allow me to acknowledge the main partner, the main sponsor, that is Walile Technologies, who are the prime partners. Thank you so much for your great support. You can check out their tents. They're all dressed in purple and white. We have Utopia, who is also a partner. Let's celebrate them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then we have Gravitas Leadership Institute. Thank you so much. We have Shine Leadership Institute as well. Yes, let's clap for them. We have the Rotary Club of Tinder. Yes, yes, yes. We have Workers Manifest Fellowship. Let's celebrate them. We have PLD Rotaract. Let's celebrate them. We have Chrysalis Nutritionists. They gave us free assessments, so you can check them out there if you need some nutrition assessments for free. So in these 10 minutes, you can check them out there. And of course, the Fetaru School of Etiquette and Public Speaking, which I represent. All right, so please feel free to go and connect. We'll time you 10 minutes and we'll be here. Thank you so much. There's a lot in store. Our speakers are ready to deliver. Thank you so much. Please network, check out our sponsors, and and of course, not forgetting Makerere University. How could I? Thank you so much, Unipod and all. Thank you. All right. Here's to me also networking. These tables of our partners, check them out. There's a lot of value you'll receive. Just for those who joined us late, if you'd like to use the restrooms, we have the ladies on my left and the gentlemen on my right. Thank you. And there's wife.
And also, yes, appreciate yourselves for being here. That alone is a statement to show that you are forward thinking and you're not going to allow to be left behind. So I'd like to start my submission focusing on one of the introductions. Just forgot your name, the one in maroon. Can you stand up? No, the one in front of you. Yes. Please remind me of your name. Martha. So you, in future, your vision is to be CEO of Martha Designs. Let's clap for her. She came knowing her vision. And she understands that by the time she leaves this room, she has to have a blueprint to become the CEO of Martha Designs. So it brings me back to what the MC, Bwambale, said in the morning, or when we had started. You never know who is watching. I'm a recruiter by profession, and I've been through hundreds of thousands of interviews, seen multiple CVs, and I've seen people grow in their careers over time. So based on the trends as well as what I see, 2030 isn't so far away. We're almost there. Next year is 2026, so it will be only 4 years till we get there. So the trends I've been witnessing is that right now employers are looking more towards your attitude. Yes, at the moment, AI can build your CV. It's as easy as putting in a prompt. You just write down what you have done, your experience, your qualifications, and within less than a second, you'll have a CV in place. And perhaps it will exaggerate what you've really done. So in interviews, HR professionals are looking deeper to try to understand, is there authenticity beyond these words, beyond this piece of paper? Can I trust this person? Who are the references? Who are their former employers? Can I reach out to them and confirm that they can actually deliver? From the perspective of the job seekers, I've seen a trend due to the competition. We have seen that many people are shifting to entrepreneurship, and even deeper into the analysis, what the community is looking out for is who is the founder of this initiative. So I founded Utopia. It's one of these passion projects that we all have deep in our hearts, and we're hoping maybe before we get too old, we can achieve. So when you look at the biggest businesses, you see MTN, Stanbic, all these huge brands. Right now, the shift is going to who is the owner, who is the founder, who is the brain behind this initiative. Even today, everyone is going to be asking, who is the brain behind Future Den? They're going to look at Steven. They're going to Google, who is Steven? So it goes back to the authenticity and what Dr. said earlier. You have to showcase that you are reliable as an individual. You have to understand that your reputation is going to follow you beyond what you think. Even a conversation with someone, if I have a conversation with Isaac Adams, and for some reason someone out there is looking at me and they notice that I'm a little bit rude to him, there'll be an aspect within their minds that thinks, okay, she seems to be a good person, but I saw how she engaged with someone directly. Or you step away, you're in this conference, in this summit, and you step away to receive a phone call. Maybe it's someone at home and you're shouting at them on the phone, and then you come back here and act all nice and pleasant. Of course, someone out there will be observing to see how authentic is this person. Will I find out at the end of the day that there's someone I do not want to engage with, that I don't want to employ? So authenticity is something that we are struggling to find right now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Shamim. I think you can pass it to Marvin. Also, no, I think he has a mic. All right, Marvin, tell us what skills and what are your observations that you think are future forward in regards to the space, the workplace.
All right. I want to thank everyone, Mr. Stephen, for again having allowed and given me the opportunity to be here. Maybe just before I answer the question, I'll start off with a small, short introduction of who we are and what we do. I work for a company called Tradeline Consults. We are a consultancy company that majors in access to finance, because we are living in a time where there is more money to do the deals than there is the rightful deals to take the money. So we are no longer living in a time where the funds are insufficient. However, what is making it difficult is many of the people who are starting the businesses, having these wonderful ideas, they quite do not know what it takes to actually access the funds, you know? So at Tradeline Consult, we come in and solve all that. We've been around for now 16 years. We've managed to do a total of about $61.9 million in grants. We have about $158 million in the pipeline, and I'm looking forward to connecting with every one of you so that we can put you part of that pipeline.
The money bag.
Yes. Under Tradeline Consult, we created a program called the Joy PS program. It's an acronym for Jobs for the Youth, Profits for SMEs. So our model really under that program was, how can we help micro, small and medium enterprises grow, and eventually when they grow, they get to employ more people? Because from statistics, for those of you who are students of statistics, in Uganda alone, about 80% of the private sector jobs created are actually created by micro, small and medium enterprises. 80% of that. Yeah. So if you are looking at solving unemployment in Uganda, yeah, you cannot ignore the micro, small and medium enterprises. Yeah. So that's our model. We come in, we get funds for these small and medium enterprises. We put systems in place to run them effectively. And consequently, by reason of that, because they are growing, they're going to employ more people. So in short, I lead that program. I'm the managing partner of that program at Tradeline Consult. So to answer you, from a recent report from Goldman Sachs, about 300 to 400 million jobs between 2030 to about 2040 are actually going to be replaced by AI. So what that means, where does that leave you in this grand scheme of things? At the same time, about $15.7 trillion, it is going to be added to the global GDP by 2030. So there's going to be a flood of money added to a GDP, where at the same time, about 300 to 400 million jobs will be taken out. So that means the future for you and I, you will intentionally, and I mean intentionally, gain some artificial intelligence skills. Because from how things look like, it's going to be extremely difficult in the next 5 to 10 years to find a job if you have no clue about AI. Yeah, I love the silence. If you are running a small and medium enterprise, it's important for you now to, I'm sorry I got into what she's supposed to probably be saying. But it's going to be quite difficult if you're running a business without AI. Yeah? So today in this conversation is, how do we answer some of those questions? How do we get answers to some of those questions that at the end of the day, you will still remain relevant now and still be relevant in the world where AI is going to be the thing that we actually can't do without. You know, I was listening to Elon Musk the other day, and he was saying a time is coming where jobs are it's going to be optional. It won't be a must for someone to work to earn. Yeah? Reason being, artificial intelligence is here and it's doing some of the things that many of us are putting food to our tables and taking our children to school, and it's doing them faster, more efficiently, You know, if I need an assistant to send an email, right now ChatGPT gives me an email professionally written in an instant. Yeah, and that is at the basic level of generative AI. We are now looking at the next wave of, I think, the agentic AI, where you're not going to need to tell it what to do or give it any sort of prompts. It will be able to think on its own, answer you, will be able to. Recently, I was looking at China, they're creating a hospital that is going to be entirely run by robotics and AI. You know? So the shortage of doctors in the next few years, is going to be history. So by the time a human life can be trusted to artificial intelligence, how much more the jobs that we are doing? I hope I've answered.
Yeah, you have, but also I understand that you have a target or an ambition to create about 20 million jobs within 5 years. So looking at AI, looking at the technology taking everything, how are you going to achieve these 20 million jobs? How are you going to make sure that these 20 million people tap into the future of workplace, tap into this AI, or how are they going to run concurrently with AI?
This is what I believe. We have to get to a place where the skills you have in artificial intelligence are enough to have you employed in 100 companies at the same time. Make sense? So the people that we are helping is how can we evolve them from the traditional way of working to them still remain relevant in that world. Yeah? So when we are training the people that we are training, we are not training you to just simply work for one company.
Yeah.
We are at our workplace at Tradeline, we train you to become a consultant. That is the model that we use. So you can be working for Tradeline and still working at 10 different companies at the same time because AI is here.
So you're making it flexible.
Making it very flexible and still creating the jobs and helping the companies grow.
Okay, so now these 20 million people will definitely have skills on AI and how to maneuver that. So as everybody is mentioning, you have to get skilled on basic computer skills. Don't jump into AI real fast. You can also start with basic computer skills, and from basic computer skills you'll be able to advance and use best AI. So I would like to push this on the legal side. Yeah, I want to hear what Miss Jessica Eleanor is gonna tell us about the legal perspective, and also we have been hearing AI. She is a master in AI law, so she will definitely tell us the legal perspective and the challenges that AI might, cause to our companies or even individually. Jessica, you can have. All right.
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Jessica Eleanor. I am a lawyer and I work with Otic Group. Otic Group is a holding company of Otic Foundation, Otic Technologies, Otic Institute of Emerging Technologies, and we also have a subsidiary in Rwanda. Basically, what we do, we work at the intersection of AI education, innovation, and entrepreneurship to accelerate Africa's digital future. Basically, one of the implications of artificial intelligence from the legal side is the transparency, the algorithmic bias in these AI models, the data privacy. Basically, that's what we look at from the legal side of things. Yeah. As we are deploying these AI models from the legal point of view, or for example, I will just give an example from the professional side. from my profession. There was an AI model that was created a couple of years ago. It used to detect, it was actually used in the criminal justice systems to be able to flag offenders. And it was found that this model was actually right. It's actually, I'm forgetting actually the name, but you can kind of call corn something. You can actually Google it. This model was actually, it was right most of the time. It would, for example, if an offender was, for example, if you were arrested, you could be, and you're brought back to court, you could be perhaps flagged as high-risk offender. You have a potential of reoffending again. But what was discovered from this model was that there was a bias. There was a bias, like it would flag black people, for example, those who would not have reoffended again after their first time. It would actually flag them like high risk more than white people. So there was technically a bias. And what brings that bias is actually the data on which these AI models are trained. Quite a number of things. We've seen issues to do with data privacy. You wake up in the morning, no one of you wants to wake up in the morning and your identifiers are flagged on TikTok or somewhere. So in this AI era, majorly what we look at from the legal end of things is the transparency. Is it fair? If for example, they are hiring here, what criteria are they using? They're using a system to hire us. What criteria are they using, for example, to deem him worthy of the job and deem me not fit for the job? So we look at the fairness, the bias, and the transparency. So from the legal side of things, as we're advocating for AI use, we also advocate for responsible AI use. Thank you so much, Ethan.
Yeah, very, very key takeaway. Responsible AI use. We can all have the same tool, but we might get different answers. So are you going to use that AI tool that will make an HR flag you, or you are going to use an AI tool that is going to just show authenticity? It's AI, but can also be authentic, yeah? With better wording, but it's about you, and it's real you. Yeah, so let us learn how to best use AI and see how it can best work for us. These days, there is, when you post something, the first thing is like, that is AI. These days, even having something real is hard. Even when you're real, they will think you used AI to enhance yourself on the social platform. So this AI is also coming with a lot of doubt. Are we going to know what is real or not? Are we going to sheepishly follow what the AI tells us? So I believe you've heard even best from the legal perspective. Please, let's use this AI responsibly. Let it not drag you in trouble. Let it not lead you to losses, to even bankruptcy if you mismanage it. So yes, it's the future, but we have to learn how to best use it to serve us. Because if we don't, then it's going to be a hazard. Yeah, it's already a hazard in workplaces, and it also comes with glitches. And with Uganda, looking at this kind of future forward technology, we haven't even mastered internet in the first place. We don't have stable internet. So we are going in a space, that is best supported by internet, but we don't have the best internet to support it. So I would also still urge you that we shouldn't so much rely on the AI. Let's read books. Let's get ourselves to learn and also have mentors. Yeah, let them help you bridge the gap, because with AI, it is only going to make you relaxed and, sorry to say, a bit dormant. You will not be able to think for yourself. Yeah, at least first write the statement, see how it sounds with you, and then drop in an AI to enhance it in the first place. So as we wind down, I want to hear from each one of us, starting with Dr. Margaret. You are literally skilling the future and supporting the future of work. Yeah, because you are supporting university students, the ones that have just finished university at the Unipod. What key takeaways would you like to share with all of us as we head into the Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much, Isaac. I've been trying to say a few words, but I feel that once in a while I have to add some more before I come to the takeaway. AI, I wanted to find out from my fellow panelists if he's operating like a venture capitalist, and is he also supporting, that is if there are startups, do you also support startups in case we have a spin-off, for example, at the Innovation Center? Do such students also have, or innovators have opportunities?
Yeah, Mr. Marvin, I think that is yours.
Yes.
And you'll be able to answer on the
Yes.
Q&A. You'll be able to respond to her first.
My role is to scout as much as possible. I also heard about UDB. We are also going to take an initiative. Of course, the youth have issues. There's also a lot of employment gaps. It's a fact. Building on the aspect of AI, I have to applaud my team of 7 personnel proficiencies. We have developed the first data science course in Makerere University. So I think in August, it's going to be one of August or May, it may be one of the courses. Building onto that, I happen to be part of the AI Fest. A number of initiatives are going around Makerere in the country. And today we had the first launch in Makerere. Actually, I'm the chief organizer. That's why I always wanted to run. I wanted to go and close shop. We dubbed it the first, that is Makerere University Financial Innovation Day. And the theme was innovation and financial inclusion for a secure future. And what are we bringing on board is blockchain. So we've got a company from the US, that is United States of America. It's called SoonPay LLC. So we are starting short courses soon. We have signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. So when it comes to disruptive technologies, there's a lot to be appreciated. So sorry, I had to pass that on as well.
Very key information.
Yes. I've met, as I talk about give my takeaway points, why am I here? I'm here because I met Miriam Chimba at the Elgon Half Marathon launch at the UNDP offices, right? From there, she visited the Innovation Center with Isaac. I hope you enjoyed the tour. And they are able to meet one of the innovators who is making, that is reusable pads. And the usable pad can run up to 2 years. And she's still a student. So why am I saying this? Maybe it's twofold. From the Innovation Center, we serve 3 clients: students, staff, and the general public. We are a public institution. If you have an innovation, the doors are open. Please come. We give you support mechanism. And maybe what is so unique about the Innovation Center is that we focus on the aspect of intellectual property. It's one thing that people lose out on, but it is your innovation. If you are to consume a product with the label of a university, trust me, we already talked about aspects of wine. It means that it has gone through the right steps, the standards, there's compliance. So our role is to give you those support mechanisms. Now, the innovators are not students only from Makerere University. They are from private universities, they are from TVETs. Even if you have a grandmother in your village and she can make a nice recipe, please come. We patent that. We actually have an IP for that. It means that Makerere University pays for the intellectual property. But you don't register with companies. We actually help you do all that. There's an intellectual property management policy. So even if you're not so good, You have an innovation in agriculture, we shall divert you to be somebody good in agriculture and support you to a level that even if you're not in this world, you're still earning. I also want to person that the Innovation Center has 10 maker spaces, food, electronics. We also have a fully fledged studio. The first album we are having is from an agribusiness student. Can you imagine? A music video, an album of songs. We also support passion. That's what I wanted to say. Now, the build of this story from that perspective, the way if you're an innovator, take a step, take a risk. Number 2, improve your network. Networking, I'm here because of Miriam Chimba. She's from the farthest part of, South of Africa? But here we are. We had to look out for and in your networks, have valuable networks. People have to contribute to your growth, welfare, and success. Thank you very much. Those are my take-off points.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We can move on to Ms. Jessica. Your parting points, the points that you really think that the future of work should be looking at, and what you advise the young innovators to look for.
All right, thank you so much once again, Isaac. The shift in the world of work is here, and that is AI. But by 2030, we are going to be looking at the transformational impact of artificial intelligence, automation, agentic AI in the workplace. But even deeper, I believe we are also going to see a transition from ethical AI, the conversations we'll be having of data privacy and all these ethics, from ethical AI being just a compliance issue to a core competitive advantage. Like, yes, you've come up with an AI model, but how responsible is it? You get what I'm saying? So my advice to the young people as we train ourselves for these jobs, we should not just focus on this, getting these jobs, but also be AI literate. We are living in an era of information overload. And actually, before I even go there, there is an illusion because we are born in the smartphone era. We know how to use the smartphones. So there is an assumption we know how to use these AI tools. But few of us can actually use these AI tools to analyze data or automate our tasks. So it is very important for us to be AI literate. We are living an era of information overload. This morning, actually enrolled for the Microsoft AI agent course. Like, there is a lot much to learn, and we have to adapt quickly, like as urgent as yesterday. So teach yourself because these are not concepts we are introduced to in school. Like, finished school a long time ago, so you're not going to be a victim. I mean, in China, they pass guidelines for every child, at least from the age of 6 and above. It's mandatory for them to have AI education. And here you are, 30-year-old, victimizing yourself because the government, you didn't learn AI at high school, okay? So we are not victims anymore. So take initiative to learn these new things. This is not rocket science. I mean, I'm a lawyer, but I can build an agent. This is not rocket science. So you can sit down and teach yourself. And I believe that's what work by 2030 will require us, AI skills. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jessica. We move on to Marvin. Is there going to be more money in 5 years? Yeah, are you going to give us more money? Yeah, tell us the future of work, what you think that we should prep for, and how we can position ourselves best to get finances for sustainability. In Uganda, we both know that we have the highest level of entrepreneurship. Each year, each month, we create most of the companies that you can think of. but also it is said that we have, the highest number of businesses that are failing. Yeah. So are we just creating them out of excitement, or we are creating them to be sustainable? But one major thing, it's always money, capital. Yeah. How can we sustain ourselves? So please let us know, how can we best position ourselves for this capital, and how can we enter into this future and still have access to the fund? Which fund, which activities or industries will the funding be looking at in regards to entrepreneurs?
Oh, thank you. So I'll answer you this way. The biggest challenge that most founders, most innovators, most entrepreneurs have is they have ideas, yeah? And because you have an idea, you presume that it is investment ready. Does it make sense? So it takes a lot for a business to be able to attract funds, yeah? It's going to take more than just your idea or you being full of your idea. You get? By investment ready, I mean, part of what we do actually at Tradeline is to try and get a business to be investment ready. For example, how many of you here, yeah, right now as we speak, your idea, your business is legally registered in Uganda? By show of hands. Okay, that's nice. How many of you here, by show of hands, yeah, you have a board of directors that you account to? You see, the hands have dropped. You get? Now, an investor wants to see that, because it's a principle, even biblically, in a multitude of counselors, the Bible says there is safety. You get? If you're the sole owner, you're the alpha and omega of your business, I can guarantee you that your business won't go past yourself. At most, maybe your children, but after you and your children, and in Africa, unfortunately, that has been the trend. We start a business, it is successful. I live into it being successful. My children probably, that's if I've taught them well and integrated them into the business. But usually 1 or 2 generations down the road, the businesses are dead. Not that the ideas in themselves are bad, yeah, but we've not understood how do we build business beyond ourselves. How can I have an idea, and because there is a person in this room who is probably more smarter than me that I need advice from, to entrust them with that idea. So we have an idea and it's like we want to, you get it? Yeah. And that is the challenge. So part of what we need to do is, how do we transition and have you investment ready? That's probably a conversation that we'll get into one day. That's one. The other is, how do we build products that are also market ready? You see, I think there was a person who was talking about wine and the certifications around it. That conversation of the certifications around it was supposed to have kick-started before you got into the wine itself. Now you're into the wine, and now they're asking for the certifications, and you do not have them, and you can't export or even trade in Uganda. You can't take advantage of the African free trade agreements and be able to export beyond Uganda, simply because you ran ahead of yourself and you did not do the first things that you're supposed to have done. You get my point? So that is part of what needs to be done. I think as I close, I wanted to answer your question. At Tradeline, we do what we call access to finance. How do we do that? It usually cuts across loans, it cuts across grants, it cuts across equity, it cuts across venture capital, it cuts across joint venture. We do all that, depending on one, the business itself, depending on two, the annual revenue that the business is generating. because that then determines whether it's a grant or loan. Usually you can't get more than ×2, ×3 for a grant ×5. Make sense? So if your annual revenue, for example, is 50 million Ugandan shillings or 100 million Ugandan shillings, if you are going to go in for loan, it can't exceed 200, 250, at most 300. That's if really your idea and the grantor or the funder on the other side is really, really in love with what you're doing. Yeah, but we are open to startups. We are open to government bodies. We are open to NGOs. We are open to businesses. We are open to universities, education institutions. And yeah, we quite have a couple of opportunities that we can direct
Thank
your
you.
way. Yes.
Thank you, Marvin. And doctor's question wasn't just for her. This was a question for all of us. Yeah, we are all looking for money. Kasaija has mentioned it enough times. Yeah, money will now you've seen where the money is going to come from. Yeah, so money will come only when you do what? When you're prepared and you chase for it. So now you've seen where it is. If you keep seated and you think Marvin will think about asking you about your innovation and giving you the money, that's not going to be possible. The only thing Marvin will do is sit back and wait for you to come and tell him what you want to use the money for. So let's look for the money because we are seeing it around. This is the expert discussion. So please, everybody here on this panel is an asset. They have spaces you can innovate, they have money, and they have places they can put you to work. So please pay attention and ensure that you discuss and have further discussions with them. Ms. Shamim, I have had this question personally. One of my clients asked me that I have Gen Z workers, 80%, 90% of my workers are Gen Z. I do not know how to rhyme with them. I don't know how to keep them motivated and also coming up to work. So how do we look at this? How do we kind of cut out the entitlement to accountability? Because we normally get this question of, you think you're entitled to A, B, C, D, yeah? And that's what the Gen Z mindset might put up onto the employers who might not understand it. So I would like you to highlight on how best we can bring on the future employment, because they are right now, they are the future, and at the moment they are the creators, they are the innovators. How are we going to bring on the best talent and we still teach them accountability, not just assume that they are not accountability, not entitlement? Thank you, Shamim.
Okay, thank you very much, Isaac. So I'll start by posing a question. When we say the future of work, I'm a recruiter, so I look at keywords. So what are the main keywords in that sentence, the future of work? By show of hands, anyone from either side? Yes, please. Future, good. Any other keyword? Work. Okay, let's clap for everyone who has participated. So when we speak about those keywords, the one thing that really stands out is the word future. And what are people mostly afraid of when we talk about the word future? I'll answer that for you. They think, will I make it to the future? Is it even guaranteed? Uncertainty is very, very, very key. And that's why I'd like Jackie. Jackie, you can stand up now for recognition. Let's clap for Jackie, because her solution is the one key that many people are yet to discover. Wellness. Most people are just looking to be able to vibe with a company, if I'm to use the words. They walk into a company and they say, this culture is not giving. But the one key that people are yet to fully discover is that productivity starts from within you. I'm recognizing Jackie because I met her a few years ago. It was an HR conference, and she was part of the team that was sponsoring at that time. Thank you, Jackie, as always. And they were talking about nutrition, creating awareness. And at that time, I was at a point where I wanted to grow, I wanted to pivot. That was before I started traveling. Isaac knows me for traveling, but it's mostly for conferences. And I've been to multiple countries within Africa, delivering speeches, panel discussions. And the one thing that I always pick is that you're not able to build yourself if you're not okay, if you're not healthy. So I personally took on a challenge at the time when I met Jackie, and I had to have a goal. Just like the previous speaker mentioned, you have to have a goal, a vision. What do you want? So mine was physical. I said, I want to climb a mountain. So at that time, I was like, okay, which mountain do I pick? Just randomly, I thought, just like Mr. Bwambale, my mother's side is from Kasese, so I thought, hey, let me climb Mount Rwenzori. I mean, it was tough. It was very, very, very tough. A 7-day hike, but on day 6, just before I summited the mountain, I got ill. I got very, very sick. I was coughing. I couldn't keep anything in, and it was very tough. So I understood that analogy of the higher you go, the tougher it becomes. But at that time, I remembered when I met Jackie at the conference, and I remembered what she was telling us, just what she's telling you right now. Please make sure you do that assessment and you listen to her, because people have it in passing. They think, you know what, it's just for like a particular category of people, eating healthy, going to the gym. It's maybe not for me. Me, I'm okay. But when you talk about future, will you make it? What do you have in control? So at that time, I felt like a failure. I thought, okay, I failed to summit. People are still congratulating me for trying, for reaching 6 days. But I thought to myself, you know what, let me go back to listen to what Jackie told me that day and interpret it and see what I need to change. And when I went back for another assessment, just like you're all going to do today, I realized that this is where I am and this is my physical health goal. And I gave myself a timeline, 3 months. Like, okay, it's December right now. In March, because I was looking at public holidays, Easter time, I have like a few days of work. I'll try again. I'll climb another mountain. So putting into that mindset of if you take care of yourself, you can easily deliver. I follow the instructions. They gave me a meal plan, exercise every day. And 3 months down the road, I went to climb Mount Elgon. And in just 1.5 days, I summited. Guys, clap for me. Yes, so it all goes back to you understanding that productivity starts from within. And even right now, I've reached that same point of, okay, yeah, now Isaac knows me for traveling in Africa. What does it take to now go to the world? And here I am on another challenge, day 10 of my challenge, and I'm still remembering what Jackie told me. So that's one of the concepts. Productivity starts from within. You will go and you'll see Gen Zs looking out for themselves. I'm not getting the vibe here. So just tell them, what are you doing to take care of yourself within your control? Can you change? Can you improve? Can you set a goal that you know you can achieve? What is within your control? Can't you just do jumping jacks at night at your home if the company is not able to pay for a gym access for you? What can you do? So it's just about informing them. Whatever Jackie is telling you today, just pass it on to those Gen Zs because they're looking for purpose. They're looking for culture. Then secondly, still want to recognize a few people. Coach Ruthie, you can stand up for recognition. Let's clap for her. Let's clap for Miriam. Miriam is also one of the mentors in the Utopia program. And Sonia, please clap for Sonia because she's very special. Please stand up, Sonia. They need to see you. So she's my mentee. And believe me, she's one of those who have been following right from the beginning, from graduation. I'm going to do this course. Yes, go for it. Hey, I've gotten a job as a manager. Wow, that's amazing. So following through, I've realized that most of the younger generation are looking for a more personalized growing plan. So that's where coaches like Ruth, mentors like Miriam, and people who are looking for growth, they need a one-on-one. They need a personalized growth plan. They need someone to walk along with. And that's why I created Utopia, because I realized that at times it's very hard to knock on people's doors and you feel like you're stressing them. You feel like, okay, right now they are so busy. I have to wait at the reception for hours. How do I get a mentor? So that's why we created a mentorship platform. I got in touch with many people out there who are willing. You know, when you're at a particular point in life, your cup is full. So all you want to do is give back, give back, give back. So because of my network, I identified all the people who have that heart to give. And I just listed them on the platform. So people who need mentorship, just go, it's just a click away, just click, book their time, check on the calendar, understand that, okay, they're available for 30 minutes on this day, book. As of now, it's a paid platform, but we want to see how to get some free sessions and then get people to grow. So you should clap for Utopia. Clap for Utopia. Yes, and then lastly, we're going to, still mentioning what Eleanor said, the law. So I don't know if you've been following the news, but for some reason right now employees are standing up for themselves. We have seen many cases where people are standing up for the unfair practices that are being seen. I'll give an example. Just this morning, I saw a case for PAU where the Petroleum Authority of Uganda was compensating one of their employees. And why? Because they extended his probation without having a one-on-one with him. And eventually he was terminated. So he went to court and now he's swimming in millions and billions. So right now, even the Gen Zs who you're saying want vibes, want so much entitlement, you still have to be careful about the policies, make sure that everything is done in the right way, in the right frameworks to avoid this, because if it's not embedded in the law and you see that you're not fixing the loopholes, you as an organization, as a business owner, are going to be affected by this sudden rise in confidence by the employees. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to Shamim for that extensive sharing and knowing that you are so much passionate at placing people to the best of their opportunities within the market space. And we're winding down. Dr. Margaret has put up a space. You know, most innovators, we have ideas, but we fear to say them out. You know, Marvin mentioned it. We fear to tell people about, and one of the main things is security. We think that if I tell Shamim my idea, she's going to start a business about it because one, probably she has capital that I don't have. So, you know, doctor is now telling us that you have a space where you can come, and then they even work on the intellectual property rights, which is the main thing that we normally fear. My idea. You're going to your best uncle, you're giving them the idea. Your uncle has been looking for where to put his money all this time. And here you are, you know, opening up your heart, telling what you want to do, how you want to achieve it. Then the next time, they are setting up the business, doing exactly what you were telling them, not even with you, not in the picture. So that has kind of, you know, made us so much fear to go on, share our ideas, but still, you put it out there. One thing that I want to encourage us is that you're you. Nobody will ever be you. How you do anything will keep up to you. So I can give you my idea, what we do at AIM Corporate Wellbeing, and trust me, you will not deliver how I will deliver, because I thought through, I studied, I researched. This person has just heard from me once or twice, you know. So having these ideas takes time. Time, money, commitment. So let's keep it up to that. And I want to open the floor to the public, to the attendees, so that you can ask these people what you think will be best for you and what you want to learn more from them. So it's open to the public. If you can
Let's get questions.
Okay.
Time is not on our side.
Okay. So, looking at the time, I guess I'm not even seeing any questions up yet. So probably we can take one there. Yeah, I'm seeing at least one there. So let's have at least one from her, and the rest you'll be able to
Could you
chat
summarize the question as fast as possible?
and be able to continue these discussions after here.
And whoever is going to respond this question, use 1 minute, please. Time is not on our side.
Yeah, it's it's an expert panel. These people have too much to share. So, but I will try and cut them short. Hopefully, they can discuss further after.
Yes, good evening. This question goes to either Jessica or Dr. Margaret or any other person who can answer. My concern is, specifically, let me get to Jessica. You have talked about the law, the ethical concerns of AI. What happens in case something goes wrong with the AI model that has been introduced? Who is responsible for that damage? And then to Dr. Margaret, within your innovative system in Makerere, do you have the digital innovation section incorporated in? And in case you do have, what level are you in the international involvement? As we know that the SDG goals are there for universal provision and sustainability. Now, in line with this specifically, where is your stand in reference to Uganda? How prepared is Uganda to meet the global challenge? And how safe are the Ugandan youth? Now we know that the highest population is from Uganda. Where are we? What is the stand?
Thank you.
Please use 1 minute. I'm going to time, and I'll cut us short if we go beyond that.
We can start with
We already passed time, and we have a guest speaker who needs to move.
All right, thank you so
Just
much.
a minute. I'll time this.
Thank you so much. Who is liable? It is you, the human. That is why we emphasize for human in the loop in ethical decision making, because these are your prompts. It is what you've tasked this AI to do. So you are liable for the error AI can do. Thank you.
Perfect.
Move on to Dr. Margaret.
Just to build on what Jessica said, the innovation space is a multidisciplinary space. So if I talk about digitization, it's part of every single innovation you have around you. Robots, we have building robots. We have very many innovations. Those who are visit, but it's open for your visits. Feel free to come and visit. So you find that an engineer is able to put an initiative, but it needs to be programmed by software engineer and a data scientist or an IT person. So please be open like you have internet. Digitization is part and parcel of everything we do right now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Margaret. And I would like to thank you all for listening in. And please make sure that you interact with this. One thing I was told back in uni was to profile myself, to ensure that everything I do, I put it out there. If you're a young person, you don't have LinkedIn, please have LinkedIn. You'll be able to meet all these people, interact. We met Shamim on LinkedIn, and now we are quite engaged in a lot of stuff. So please profile yourself, ensure that everything that you're doing that's impacting, put it out there. You do not know who is saying, and like you mentioned, I got this first award in Uganda, not because I went looking for the award, but people searched and saw what I was doing in regards to occupational health and safety and well-being of workers, and they picked me out in Uganda. So it wasn't about me looking for the award. I didn't even know that they were there, but they sought me out and credited. So please, I encourage all of us to network. Then the last takeaway is that always show up on these events. It's only on these events that you're going to find Dr. Margaret very free to share with you. When you find her in her free time, you might need to set an appointment or even buy some coffee So when you're in this space, one thing that I have observed, I've gotten the chance to speak to CEOs, MDs, because we are in the same conference, because we are at the same symposium, and they also come willing to share. They are here to share and impact. So please, do not fear that that one is a doctor, that one is a CEO. Yeah, please go, just speak your mind, and they will be able to support. Thank you all for listening in, and I say that the session is officially closed. With my alarm on, I think I'm just time.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We are going to take a quick photo for the panelists. And could you join the panelists for a quick photo? Our guests, you missed the picture in the first one. Yes, please, let's join the table. Where is Stephen? We need a photo with the panelists. We missed on the first one, but won't miss this one. So let's take a good photo. Madam MC, would you like to join the photo as well? Please. Oh, sorry. Join the photo. Oh, gender balance. Okay. Okay, let's see some smiles, doctor. I think those are enough. We are not using this for Instagram, so that's enough. You'll take the Instagram photos later on. This for LinkedIn. LinkedIn doesn't care about that. So I'm going to hand over to Faith, who is going to introduce our next speaker. And she's very good at giving us energizers, so she's going to take us into the next session immediately. Thank you so much, the panelists.
Well. Have we learned a lot? No, I need the voices. Have we? So let's repeat what we did earlier. Disrupt, design, deliver. One side and the other. This time we need a winner, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. Group 1. And the other side? Oh my goodness. One more time. And this? I'm going to get a gift for the team this side. Please turn to your neighbor and tell them, thank you. Do you know why you're telling them? Do you know why you're thanking them? It's because they came to receive value. So thank your neighbor for coming to receive value and being here till this time. Thank them once again. All right. It's really been a value-packed afternoon. We've been receiving many insights from our guest speakers, from Mr. Tusu. It was Tusu playing, from our first panel discussion with Mr. Nesmas and the rest who are still here. And then we had Mr. Dennis Paul Kavuma, who gave us the inspirational speech. And after that, we've just had the most recent panel discussion moderated by Isaac, and the previous one moderated by Miriam, with our amazing panelists, Shamim and Dr. Margaret, and everyone who was here, Jessica and all of that. Let's appreciate them this far that we've come. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you. And now we are getting to our last value-packed moment. Who is ready? And to see the smiles. Personally, I'm equally excited because our next speaker is someone who is so exceptional. I've had the opportunity to sit under his wisdom and receive of it. I'll tell you, my life has not remained the same. And besides that, I've also had the opportunity to serve one of his visions, which is the Kingdom Network, where they're raising industry leaders, captains who are Christians in the marketplace, okay? And he does it with such a heart that whenever he speaks, you're stirred to think deeper. You're stirred to connect to your purpose. You're stirred to dream big. You're stirred to be exceptional in all you do. I'm telling you things that I have personally experienced because of him. And he's so passionate about young people, not just in Uganda, across Africa and the globe, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, he is a visionary and growth strategist, author, and transformative leader shaping Africa's future in business, real estate, and economic growth. Someone said, He is the chairman of River Group Africa and the founder of the Property Show. Who knows that one, if you're not young? And one of East Africa's most influential real estate platforms. That's what the Property Show has always been about. And he is also a board member of the Green Economy East Africa and the author of the book titled Real Estate: Rethinking Africa's Housing Future. And like I said earlier, he's also the founder of the Kingdom Network, which I believe he'll share more about during his speech, and the Influence Conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, like I said, get ready, open your heart. Prepare to be stirred to go and dream big and to do great things, because that is the goal of this. Whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a professional, you need these insights to just go out there and act. And at the end of the day, after his speech, my heart is that you go out there and act immediately. Are we okay? So ladies and gentlemen, please, as we get up on our feet, let's make welcome our guest of honor. Please clap. Before I even mention his name, or I'm going to speak in pidgin. Dr. Edwin Musime. Let's clap till he gets here. Thank you so much.
Let's be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, well, like they say, God is good. And all the time. Now, I'm baffled by one challenge that I just asked one of my team leaders at the Kingdom Network, how long have these people been here? And she told me since midday. And I'm like, oh boy. So I had one of the panelists speak about information overload. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to run through all my presentation. I'm just going to have a brief conversation with you, and probably my slide will run on the screen and you can take some notes from it. First and foremost, allow me once again greet everybody and welcome you to this initiative by Future Den. I believe, can we clap for the leadership team at Future Den? I just saw my great friend for a long time, Mr. DP, Mr. Kavuma, and he shared with me briefly. I ran into him one of those days, and he shared with me about Gravitas Leadership Institute, and I was so thrilled about that. Can we just clap for that vision? I have one no. Now let's do this. Rule number one, don't get onto your phone, please, okay? So I have $200 to give away to somebody that can answer this question. And the reason I'm going to give $200 to the person who can answer this question is that institutions like Gravitas Leadership Institute, institutions like the Kingdom Network, Future Den, what we're simply trying to do is we're trying to create thought leaders, right? And in my 7 types of capital, those of you that have heard me talk about the 7 types of capital, there's the part that we talk about intellectual capital. So I'm expecting that by the time you came in here, you've got the Gravitas for intellectual capital. So the question is, there's a number of centennial companies. The first question that has no money to eat is, what is a centennial company? And I'll ask you the one that has the $200 to eat. What is a centennial company? Please don't get onto your phones, please. God is watching you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
Am I allowed to answer? Because I'm a bit old.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay.
Oh, I can answer it on behalf of the Gen Z.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. Centennial,
I think
yes.
a Centennial company is a company that has acquired and accumulated 100 years.
Exactly.
In
Now,
operation.
I'm glad that's the part that doesn't have the reward of $200. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Thank you so much. Let's just clap for Mr. Kavuma. Now, let me also address something very, very pertinent to my heart. I've been in different forums where, Trevor, is the first slide on? I've been in different forums, whereas we try to have this distinction between the different generations, Gen Zs, Gen Alpha, and then, which is the older one? The oldest is what? Gen what? Who are the extinct ones, apparently? Baby boomers. But I'll tell you something, friends. We get it wrong every time we try to systematically break down society based on these generations for one reason. I'll tell you something. Now, those of you that are Muslims, bear with me. At times I love to refer to the divine constitution. And allow me submit to you that Joel 2:28 says, "In the last days I shall pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and daughters shall" what? "Prophesy, and they shall see visions. And the old men will" what? Now, I'll tell you why I love quoting that. The young men of our time, you and I don't know whether I'm still young anyway. I've got some gray hair here. But there are dreams we can't capture unless the so-called baby boomers have dreamt them. That is why there must be that respect for the older generation, mutual respect between the two generations. So the older generation ought to be looking to the young generation to be able to uplift them. The young generation need to be respecting and honoring the older generation. From them flow oracles of wisdom and dreams we could never have gotten from anywhere. So I love forums that have a balance, because I'll tell you something. The growth of our economies, the growth of our institutions have nothing to do with old or young. We are all part of the ecosystem. Okay, now we get to the question where there's a $200 reward. Please, everybody, phone upside down, please. God is watching you. And if you cheat, may thunder strike. Okay, please don't cheat. Don't cheat. I'm watching you as well. How many centennial companies exist in the country with the most centennial companies? So it's a two-in-one question. Which is this country that has the most centennial companies? How many are they? There's only 30 seconds. Don't look at your phones. Don't look at your phones. Don't look at your phones. No, it's very simple, by the way. It's very simple. It's a very simple matter. Yes.
I'll give it a try. I'll imagine it's Japan.
You were almost right, but then you're wrong. Yes, sir?
US.
No, wrong. Yeah, yes, younger. China, no. Okay, good. Now, she almost, and that's where we have a yes, sir. You want to guess? Okay. Give me the answer, please. Just give me the answer. Which country? Japan. The right answer is partly, the first part is Japan. The reason I said wrong is she, again, I want to imagine hesitation. So I needed that boldness and confidence. So part one, it is Japan, yes, truly indeed. And it's 56,000 centennial companies that exist in Japan that have lived that long. Now, globally, it is recorded, and I'll tell you why I'm giving you these facts. Globally, it's recorded that there is only 5,568 companies that have doubled the centennial record. And these are companies that have existed for 200 years. Now, in a bit, I'm going to tell you where I'm giving you this brief background. We are talking about generations, and I was looking at my PA and team put together my presentation. I don't know whether the first slide, is it on the screen? And unfortunately, I don't have a comfort monitor to even see what's happening on the screen. But I presume there's an image of myself, I think. That guy on the screen, I think he's called Dr. Edwin Musime. Yeah, that guy there. So that guy happens to be the chairman, River Group Africa. River Group Africa is an organization that is having very great interest, firstly, of course, in construction, interior design, furniture production. And now we've just moved into another space, which is greenhouse farming. We are about to have one of the biggest ranches in the country in greenhouse farming. By default, we are in fashion because I love fashion, of course. And of course, we're in education. And very importantly, of course, that is what River Group is about. And then HDA, Housing Development Agency, is an organization that is trying to redefine the scape of real estate in Africa. And no details on that because of time. Now, I don't know what is on the screen again, but why did I give you the history of... I'm having a podium that is... Okay, why did I give you the history of those companies? Those of you that are... No, don't worry, I'm good. Don't worry. Thank you. Good. Okay, friends, because you've been here too long, I'm trying to keep my presentation so short. So, I'm not going to follow their slides as they're moving. Allow me occasionally speak off the cuff. Will they be able to see? Perfect. Oh, Trevor, thank you. You picked quite a handsome picture. I'm not very photogenic, but that was quite a good one. Anyways, so there's a concept I always tell everybody. When we are talking about shaping leadership, shaping culture, shaping enterprise, as they requested me to speak about, how do you shape? The first question is, how do you shape that which you've not created? How do you shape that which you have not built? So firstly, before we get to shaping, we must create. We must build. We're talking about Japan, whose principle we know. All its companies from Toyota, we learn about the Kaizen, which is the constant improvement theory, that you constantly improve. Now, before we shape, we must create. Before we shape, we must build. There is a word I always use, the DR. You must... Every time I'm mentoring people and they ask me, how do I find my purpose? How do I do this? How do I do this? I always tell them my responsibility as a mentor or a life coach is not to find your purpose for you. And I know some of you come from churches where you've got prophets that are able to tremble and shake and speak and say, I see you are this, I see you are this. I in my own right, I know about the prophetic, but I don't like telling people what they're supposed to be doing. Inherently, we've been designed and created to decide, define, and recognize our purpose for ourselves. So, the first principle I always tell people, you must define and refine. Africa must define and refine. Every organization must define and refine. You cannot refine that which you have not defined. And that's the biggest problem that African economies have and our institutions have. How many of you run a small company here? Put up your hands. Boldly. Now, that has always been my very first challenge. I tell the people that I mentor, when you walk to me, and some people walk over to me, because I'm a gentleman, I can't slap them, but I wish I could. And someone walks over to you and says, help me, I want you to help me understand in terms of building systems and structures. I run this very small laundry. And that has been the curse of the SMEs, small, medium enterprises. And every time you utter small, Micah small, Micah small, Micah small. Do you know why Africa, for the last couple of decades, is what it is? I'll tell you why. We were defined. How were we defined? The dark continent. How are we defined today? In corridors of the United Nations, I was privy to a virtual conference on the ministerial roundtable on AU on housing finance. And do you know what they still call us? The developing world. Third world. Third world. They defined us. And guess what? When they defined us, they tooled us and gave us, and that's why I'm glad when institutions like Shine Leadership, Gravitas come up. they set up an education system that was to further the definition of who we were. And that's why you and I were taught to go to school, get good grades, and get a good job, and that was it. We were taught how to think, not what to think. And that's the biggest problem we're dealing with. That's why for a long time when I used to engage with Andrew Gasira, he's the first person that introduced the concept of mental infrastructure redevelopment. That we must undergo a mental infrastructure refurbishment and renovation. Each one, by the way, each one of us, including myself daily, I must do that. The thing is here. That's where the African problem is. I'll tell you something. While we were trying to build the concept of the Kingdom Network, I had a privilege to be invited by some Nigerian and Ghanaian friends of mine in London, and they had a Christian convocation, and they told me, sir, we want you to come and address the Christians in business. And they pick a hotel which is very intimidating, the Dorchester Hotel, one of the most expensive hotels in London. So I walk into this hotel, and I look at all the guys. There's about 50 guys. And friends, I've been a public broadcaster for the last, and don't think I'm too old. I've been on television for 26 to 27 years. And I'm not intimidated by public speaking. It's my cup of coffee, cup of cake. Anywhere I go, I'll just speak. For the first time in my life, I was intimidated. Firstly, so now to try to calm my nerves, like I teach people in public speaking, to calm your nerves, you need to say the tone and the atmosphere of the room. So I go like, can we first introduce ourselves? Now, I didn't know that I was going to make it worse. Because for each one that introduced themselves, I thought to myself, what am I going to even teach these guys? This guy is running a logistics company that is worth they grossed about 2 billion Nigeria, something that translates to about $1.5 million. And this guy is having a franchise of healthcare systems that's doing what? Okay, I can't fully define all their definitions, but by the time they were done, I was like, why did I do this? The very purpose was to give me confidence. Why on earth did I even do this? I sized up. I said, great. And of course, I began by saying one of the greatest inspirations I pick from this room is the fact that all of us have got black skins. Ghana, Nigeria, I'm proud of you guys. And you're doing Africa great. Now, because I had some stats, I began. We are challenged, ladies and gentlemen. Africa is a $3 trillion economy, rivaled by mere companies like Apple, Saudi Aramco in Saudi Arabia. Now, what boosted my morale is when I saw them start to take notes. I said, that's my God at work. So they began to take notes. I said, So now the confidence was built. The authority increased. All right? Okay, anyway, back to my presentation. So that's slide 1. We're talking about shaping leadership. Now let's look at slide 2. Now, as we look at slide 2, listen to this. And I always say these words, I think, in a number of meetings that I speak on. If you care to write them and you've never written them, write them down. I was in Dubai and a taxi driver, and some of you have heard me say this, probably tired of it, but it means a lot. So there's this big billboard by Sheikh Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. And what does it say? The future belongs to those who can imagine it, define it, execute it. I tell the cab driver, drive around again. I look at it, drive around again 3 times. The future belongs to those that can imagine it, design it, and execute it. And that is Sheikh Maktoum's definition of the future. And when you enter Dubai, you clearly see the full definition of what that mantra represents. My question to you, what are you imagining? Now, like I said, in the interest of time, I'm not going to run through the entire slides, because you've already been overloaded, so you can just take notes of whatever you want to. But now, let's move away from Dubai. A generation is defined by, who can help me? How many years? is a generation. When we talk about generational wealth transfer, generation wisdom transfer, generation legacies, how many years are we talking about?
Between 60 and 70, depending on the lifespan of people. Like they say in Uganda, the lifespan is what? 55 years.
Okay, now the definition of a generation actually is not so much even about the lifespan. Biblically speaking, a generation was considered 30 to 40 years. Now, the generation by definition was not so much how long people are going to live on earth, but it meant that if Mr. Kavuma has children, how much time is he going to have to make an impact on these children while probably he's still alive? And it's narrowed down to the impact that you can have in these children. Biblically, it was 30 to 40. Now, in the present day age, in the 21st century, they talk of 25 to 30. That's as much time as we can make impact on our generation. Now, there's a word that I want to use. Now, when you look at this cycle of evolution, you all know where we come from. Yeah, you can take those notes, but I'm not going to focus on them, okay? When you look at where we come from, there are some words that I want to mention to us that are very, very vital. Please, listen. When we talk about the theme today, there are things that stand out for me. Purpose must be backed up by value. I always make this statement. In life, you never get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate for. Africa, the church, institutions, companies, you don't get what you deserve. When you talk about market shares, when you talk about gapology and the study of markets, no company gets what it deserves. It gets what it negotiates for. How many times do we complain about MTN's data and Airtel's data? Do they ever lower the prices? No, they define the value and that's it. And unfortunately, you can't do without it. So in life, you don't get what you deserve. You simply get what you negotiate for. I remember one day I was in the UK when the Queen passed on. Her soul rests in eternal peace. With a lot of sorrow, I was already sad and sorrowful in my heart that the Queen had passed on. But then I had another sad experience. Do you want to know what it was? Do you want to know what it was? You don't want to know? You want to know it? Okay. So, African leaders and developing nation leaders show up to mourn the Queen. And there were about 13 verses that were put together for the African leaders. Now, notably, of course, our president, a very discerning man, said no. He sent the foreign affairs minister, Honorable Jeje Odong, you go. And we saw him climbing the bus. I think President Paul Kagame also didn't go. Why am I bringing up this story? At the same time, the reason was to cut down on traffic, to cut down on the city chaos because the world had come all to mourn. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say to you, the United States President arrived in the evening as well. And I was party to, I think that time I was at the airport and I was so amazed. Guess what? The Air Force One lands. Aboard Air Force One, the Gulf Stream is inside. Okay? Then you have the beast that carries the President of the United States of America. Alongside the beast, there were another 6, 7 other Cadillacs. I said, wait a minute. I started to count the beast that carries the president and another 7 cars. Others have been put in the bus to avoid chaos on the road. One man has shown up in a country, and I'm going to tell you why I'm telling you this. So there were 2 options. They had what's the other jet? Is this the Gulf? There's that. What is the smaller plane that the president uses? Is it the smaller one? Like you would say a helicopter? There's that smaller one. Okay, the smaller one. The smaller one. The smaller one. So, no. Now, for security reasons, they gave him the option to either use the road, so the motorcade was there, or to fly directly to Buckingham Palace. And this is me seated down in the hotel asking myself, why? And I'm going to tell you why. So the United Kingdom is a $3 trillion economy. The United Kingdom, right? The United States is a $27 trillion economy. Value. So Uncle Sam is showing up in your country. Now, I'll tell you why I'm telling you this. This morning, one of the things that struck me again after many years over and over, friends, whatever you do in this life and in this world, every single day, focus on building value. I hope and pray that your enemies never find you the way they left you. Build value. Whatever you do, build value. Build value. Now, I'll take you to the next thing. The greatest reward to any value that is built is relevance. Relevance. I'll say something. How many times have you met a once successful man that you wanted to take a selfie with? Then after many years, you meet them. I'm glad you've experienced that. Experienced that? That one time that guy was so successful, he was on the news, he was everywhere. You wanted to take selfies. The cameras were on that person. Then you next meet them, and you don't even recognize. You just. In the corporate world, we call it staying power. If you're building a business, anybody can start a business. Anybody can start building an institution. But we need to build structures and systems as Africa, as a region, East Africa, as a country, Uganda, as your independent leader yourself. In whatever you're building, you must have structures and systems that can enable you have that longevity. At the end of the day, that's what counts. Do you know why? When you look at one of the greatest leaders and one of the greatest CEOs that has ever graced on earth, Jesus Christ, 2,000 years ago, 2,000 now. We just talked about companies in Japan 100 years, right? And then we talked about companies of 200 years. Guess what? Jesus' organization is more than 2,000 years. Now that beats all records. Up to date, it's still multiplying. Now, as a businessman, businesswoman, I need you to think about the Jesus model. What was it about? Servant leadership. What was it about? Vision. What was it about? What is that thing that you're building with your company, your institution, your career, that will build a relevance that stays and outlives you, that even when you're gone, your relevance will still be here? One of the proverbs I love so much talks about a good name as one of the greatest inheritances a man can leave for the household. Now, I sympathize with the men seated here. Men, say I. I sympathize with the women who are here because an extent of your fate lies on the kind of name that man is building. And to the ladies here who are already Mrs. So-and-so, you know what I'm talking about. To the ladies who are about to become Mrs. So-and-so, pray so hard that that name you will be added on to really will be worth its salt. Very important. Okay? Now, Trevor, in the interest of time, run to the next slide. A generation at crossroads. Why purpose must lead the coming era? Of course, technology. Guys, I'm not going to you've had everything about technology, right? Everything. So, those of you that are taking, you can take a picture, you can take whatever you want to do because of time. I'm not going to read through that. Now, let's move to the next slide. Are we done with that slide? We done? Please, if you're done, just say aye. So now we've talked about purpose. Purpose leading the era. Okay? I think the panelists have done extensively on talking about technology. Now, systems. We've talked about systems, right? By the way, we all know what systems are, right? We all know what systems are. Now, listen, I always tell people, leadership firstly begins with you. before your CEO, before your doctor, That's why, again, I keep referring to the greatest CEO that ever lived on earth. He was not preoccupied with titles. To the extent that one time, someone calls him Rabbi, good Rabbi, good. He said, why do you call me good? Christ was never interested in titles. He was more interested in delivering results. Many of us are so interested in titles. Yes, I just attained a PhD a couple of weeks ago. And sometimes, frankly speaking, when my professor asked me what is the biggest responsibility and challenge you feel, I say to him, actually, it's not so much about the title doctor being awarded to me. I feel the burden more in the responsibility it carries. I challenge every young leader, every emerging leader before and listening to my voice right now, that the accolade is not so much about anything to do with your title. It must be so much about the results out of your life. So leadership starts with you. You must lead yourself first. Now, how do we build systems? Systems come from the visions we carry, Habakkuk 2:2, and the values we carry. Okay? I'm going to tell you something. Now, I know I'm speaking a little bit off the cuff. Okay, the future, we're going to go to architects. I need to wrap this up. So, guess what, guys? Guys, look at me. You'll look at the slide later. So, yesterday, something interesting hit me. I was studying about, you've heard about the scripture of a borrower is slave to the lender? Then I sat down and took a retreat and said, but wait a minute. What does scripture mean when it talks about a borrower is slave to the lender? And a new concept hit me. And I began to pay all the debts I have, not just financially. I realized that actually this was referring to the debt that we have emotionally, physically. Let me ask a question. How many of you this year promised someone or a family or a company that, oh, I'll actually come and visit how you're doing? And you banja. Now, when you read that scripture, you thought it was just about money, but your friend told you, oh, I have this startup. Oh, Mr. Kavma said, oh, we are launching this institute. Say, hey, I'll come and see what you're doing. And this year is about how many days left? Up to date, you've not yet. I challenge you. A great leader is as good as his word. A great leader is good as her word. I almost would have cancelled this meeting because my wife has not been well and we were in hospital yesterday up to about 5 a.m. I barely slept. I woke up so early. We had a site visit to do from morning. Afternoon, I went, hit the gym to take care of my physical capital. I was so exhausted. I was about to cancel it, but I had made a commitment that I had to be here. So your commitment to your success, your commitment to your values, your commitment to your vision is so important that Steve Jobs once said that ideas, anybody can have them. But the commitment to wake up every single day to follow through with that idea is what makes a difference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, future. Now, next slide. Okay, the silent systems that shape everything. Culture is what we engineer. Now, okay, let me simply say this. Friends, we have a huge responsibility on earth. Remember, we have been designed to be co-creators. Let me ask a question. What have you produced so far? Because out of you, we know that there's a responsibility of nations, right? Out of you. In your womb. Question is, what have you produced so far? You have a job, that's great. But the design for your existence on earth is beyond your job. I don't like the guy who said job simply defines just over broke. I don't know what he meant. But how many of you have experienced that? Just over broke. Huh? Just over broke, right? Come on, if you have. Job. Now, I challenge every person here that has a job. There's more to that job you're doing. Yes? How many hours does your job require you? 8 to 5. You've all had that question. After 5, what do you do? After 5, what do you do? Travel, jam. Right, great, incredible, lovely. And friends, let me tell you something. Now, I think in this room, I and Pike might be the ones. Pike is my bigger brother, so I don't know if there's anyone older. But I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. This is for free to the younger people. I need to consult with PK on how he's not developing gray hair like me at a first rate. I don't know. I think probably it's the burden of responsibilities that I've decided to carry. But listen, one old mentor of mine once told me, that it's the black hair that works for the gray hair. You can have all the excuses you want. Traffic jam, all this, I had a date, I had this, and some of you guys, the dates you spend your little money on, and I know some of you follow me on social media, you know me for being famous for, yes, every plate of chips and chicken eaten by a girl who's not going to be your wife is a brick or bricks of your house being eaten by that girl. Brothers who have ears, here, and here. Some of you, the countless dates and evening meetings and engagements are so useless in the greater scheme of things of your destiny and future. Edit them out. I personally don't do coffees. No. And even when it's a business meeting these days, my PA is over there, he will attest to you. We will do virtual, 5-10 minutes. What is it about? Ta. We're done. Coffee. You want me to be stuck in traffic for 3 hours because I'm coming to do coffee with you? Plus another 2-3 hours. Can I tell you something about... Anyway, my time is up, isn't it? Okay, there you are. Let's get to the next slide. You can just take pictures of the slides, I think. Now, enterprise, entrepreneurship. Where does it come from? Enterprise. King Solomon talks about 7-8 sources of income. Create. Let me give you the simple analogy. And I'm glad I don't have to go into the details of AI and all that because these guys did a super job. Clap for them one more time, please. Let me ask a bold question. How many of you desire to make money? Thank you very much. This is my analogy. Take it from me today. If you want to make money, look at the human anatomy. Simple. Human anatomy. Look at the guy next to you. Let me see. 1, 2. She's got specs, right? The eyes. Human anatomy. Let's start from the head. Can we start from the head? There's a guy who works in Chikubo PK. There's a time we were going to work on his house. That was about 7 years ago. Him and the wife. How many of you saw the recent... it's live. This thing is live. Kale tuveye you. Tuveye if it's on record. This couple, do you know what they do? For 15 years, all they have done is supply ladies. Do you see how beautiful these ladies are? With human hair pieces. They literally are millionaires. Just dealing with hair. Okay? Now, Trevor, this is what we're going to do. I know that this gentleman is about to tell me to wrap up. So what you do, as I say what I'm saying, roll those slides so that people can just take notes. Okay? Are you able to do that while I finish what I'm saying? Because now, hey, you're going to tell me how many minutes do I have? But the time you gave me, you asked me to start late and now you're cutting the time. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? I've even lost track of my thoughts. Okay, listen. Okay, entrepreneurship. Just move the slides so that you can just take notes, take pictures. Listen, let's start from the hair, okay? The women, you're supplied, okay? There's a friend of mine now in sustainability, Julie. You need to follow her, Shovox. She's producing hair. She's decided to innovate and take it to another level. She's producing hair from banana fibers. She's won about 6 awards now. She's won a number of grants, thinking outside of the box, daring to be bold with her dreams and imagination. How many salons are mushrooming? But you see, for all the things I'm talking about, King Solomon says there's nothing new under the sun. You must redefine. Now, in the principle of define and refine, there's the dimension of redefining. Because I might say, this guy, his haircut, how do I start up a salon that does much better than that guy? And for a long time, I used to go to my barber. Until one day I told him, why don't you start mobile services? Ever since then, now for 3 years, he will come to my house and cut my hair from my house. But of course, I have to pay a little more. But that was an innovation. Now, from the hair, we slope down the skin. Do you know how many people are struggling with skin areas? Can you go sit down? Let me tell you, if you went to these bananas of ours, moringa and all that, guys, there's as much solutions to skins as possible everywhere. We've left the skin. We've gone to the eyes. Shades, specs. Are you following me? Okay? We go to the nose, perfumes, your business. The lips, mouth, eating, food. The food industry. Get there, find a solution. Kirida, go to the neck. What is on our necks? Here you go. I love me a good necklace. That is money. So friends, in the interest of time, go study the human anatomy. Each one of you. Therein, in building the ecosystem of your value and how you can serve the needs of humanity, look at the human body. We've not talked about the clothing. We've not talked about the footwear. We've not talked about the jewelry. We've not talked about everything is about the body. Then you get to the intestines that we don't see, the medical issues and conditioning on the inside, health care. Everything is right in there. Now, can you move to the slide that goes to the final slide? Culture, enterprise. Did you go through all the slides? You went through all of them, right? Okay, go to the very last one again. Last one. Is that the last one? That's the last one, right? So we got everything, right? Okay, now these are my last words. These are the 3 quotients that every man and every woman in the 21st century must build. Quotient number 1 is the emotional quotient. Emotional quotient. Every dreamer, every vision carrier, everybody, whatever we are doing, we must be able to build capacity to have the right emotions which produce attitude, which produce altitude, everything to do with our perspective to life. As an entrepreneur, what does it mean for you when you go to supply as chain store and they say no to your product? How do you feel? How many of you are guilty as charged that there was a day somebody actually said something about your product or service that actually dampened your mood that you wanted to quit or give up? So I realize more and more that whether we can talk about AI, we talk about healthcare, we talk about agri-tech, we talk about anything, we must develop the right and strong emotional quotient to be able to have the stability and equilibrium to stand through the storms and tests of time as we grow our businesses and institutions. Number 2 is the intellectual quotient. Listen, gentlemen and ladies, the difference between you and your neighbor is simple. Do you want to hear it? And let me put it this way. What's your bank balance right now? Each one of you. What's your bank balance? It's rhetoric. Don't answer me. What's your bank balance? Now let me give you an answer. Your bank balance is simply a reflection of either what you know or what you don't know about this global world. Simple as that. There is no other magic. Don't tell me about witchcraft. Don't tell me about Senga in the villages haunting you. No. Leave Senga alone. No, leave Senga alone. So the difference between you and your neighbor is what you know and what your neighbor doesn't know. Whatever industry you're in, Daniel 1:20, the principle is 10 times better. And I challenge everybody here, as we emerge to get into 2026, strive to be 10 times better in your industry. If it's the AI or ICT or tech world or healthcare or education, be 10. It's not enough to be 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times better. Intellectual quotient. Build this intellectual capacity. Read. Get mentorship. Get coached. Future Dens here. Get aggressive. Steve Jobs died saying, stay foolish, stay hungry. Lastly, adaptability quotient. Adaptability quotient. Adaptability quotient. Adaptability quotient. The guys have talked about AI. They've talked about how we're moving into the industrial revolution. We've talked about the future of work. How adaptable are you? Please stand up here as I say this last thing. Come, stand here as I listen. This is going to help someone. I'm not going to mention the name. There is a gentleman while we're still working at UTV who was very famous in a certain space. I'm going to do my best not to mention that space. But he was on call everywhere. Everywhere. But the time I met him, I thought about the future, because that time at UTV, when we just rebranded to UBC, I was doing a study on the future of broadcasting. I didn't know about AI, but somehow I imagined there's going to be a time when television is actually going to become defunct. I just had a nudge that something is going to take over. So I felt sorry for this guy's industry, that if it didn't evolve or evolve, if it didn't adapt to something else, it would collapse. Long story short, start of this year, I ran into this gentleman at the Sheraton. He's now 49 going to 50. He says to me, "Do you have 3 minutes, Ed?" I said, "Sure, I got them." We sit down. The guy tells me, "Man, how have you managed to evolve and reinvent yourself over the years?" "I'm stuck." That's him telling me, "I'm stuck. All the people I used to serve and the businesses and the industries I used to serve, I did a lot of pro bonos. I served and I served and I served. And now I'm about to turn the page of 50. I don't see the money. The business is not moving. Everything is stalled around me." Remember what I talked about? Building the relevance and building the value. Of course, I had a quick pep talk with him. It's not too late. You can do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But this is the last word I'm going to give everybody. Every single day of my life, I wake up and rise, remind myself of my mission and vision on earth. But I remind myself, for instance, I've talked about the intellectual quotient. No matter how tired I am, if I'm too tired to read 3 chapters of a book, I'll go and lie on my bed and get Google on and say, "Okay, Google, give me a speech by Steve Howells, Starbucks Charles. I want to hear about the story of how Starbucks started." I would rather listen to how the story of Starbucks started. In the 20th minute, I could doze off, but I will have gotten something in my head. Never allow your head, your mind, to rest a single day without having added value to it. And finally, allow yourself every single night, before you go to bed, whether it's after your final prayer or whatever it is, ask yourself, how was today? What's your name, Sevo? Christopher. Have intrapersonal conversations with yourself. How was your day today? Personal evaluations. How was your day today? Speak to yourself. Find out, how am I spiritually? What's the state of my finances? Why are the finances the way they are? How is the business doing? Speak to yourself. And then ask yourself, how can we do it better tomorrow? They call it innovation, right? Kaizen by Toyota. Keep improving. Constant improvement. And you're never too old. 30, 40, 50, 60. Colonel Sanders, KFC, was how old? 65. When he discovered finger licking, we all enjoy KFC. So it's never too late. But to those that are young, don't take that as an excuse. You start today. Your journey begins today. So ladies and gentlemen, I know I spoke off the cuff. I didn't go through my slides, but I hope you've picked something from whatever I've said. And my final call to everybody, those of you that would love to be a part of the Kingdom Network and what we're doing, we have a free entry membership policy. If you want to join, the Kingdom Network's mandate is to empower Christians in business and leadership, raising captains of industry. So one of the team leaders, can you stand up, Kathy, please? She's right over there. You can just go and register with her. Next year, we're getting ready for the Influence Conference 2026. We expect to be hosting Robert Smith, the equity CEO, billionaire in the United States of America. And part of what we do with the Kingdom Network is to challenge ourselves every single day. How can we change this world? How can we impact this world? And how can we make the world a better place? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that tonight, after all the panelists, after everybody that has spoken tonight, I challenge you, go and dream that dream. Go and harness that idea. And this is the worst prayer I always pray for people. I hope that sometimes you get to a place where you cannot sleep because of that idea, because of that dream, because it will make the world a better place. I love you all and God bless you all.
Should be a standing ovation. Let's give a wonderful and thunderous hand clap. Thank you so much, Dr. Edwin Musime, for that wonderful, inspirational, motivational speech that you've given. Ladies and gentlemen, let's sit down. Let's have our seat. I'm going to ask all our panelists who are here with us today to come on the stage so that we can have a wonderful moment, a group photo moment with our guest speaker. I will ask Stephen to join us as well on the table. The OG team, Miriam and your team, please. All the members that were on the panel, please. Cameraman, oh, you're too slow. What's up? Cameraman. Thank you so much, Doctor. That was so inspirational. I've written a lot. I'm going to reflect. Do not go to bed before. Who remembers what he said about that?
Do not go to bed before you evaluate yourself and plan for tomorrow. What can you do better tomorrow?
Doctor, you've got followers. They have listened to you and they have been transformed. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, do we have all the members from our panel here? Okay. Oh, yes. We have some strong, able gentlemen. You could get close to Doctor and probably you may shake a hand and get some blessings. Yeah? Good. Oh, someone is dying to take this picture. Doctor, would you stay around and take some pictures with our members after the session?
For the next 30 minutes.
Perfect. Great. Cameraman, you done? Push closer, push closer. Wow, I didn't know that the team is so smart. As he said, he's into fashion, extraordinary smart as well. I think I should get back. One more. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Doctor, and the team. We can take our seats. I'm going to ask Stephen to stay on the podium. And Miriam, would you like to stay with Stephen? Great. Yes. Would you need to use this? I don't think so. Oh, okay. Let's bring it back. Ladies and gentlemen, from Doctor's speech, there's a lot that I noted. One, I learned that I'm not entitled. The world does not owe me anything. The world only owes me what I bargained for. And from today onwards, I'm going to approach the world with that kind of mentality, and so should each one of us. Okay? I know we are coming to the end of the day. We're a bit exhausted, but I want us to be a little bit more patient for a couple of minutes because the next event is also very, very important. I was talking to the media team. One of my worst experiences is coming to an event like this. I put in my money, dressed smart, you took my pictures, and I never see them. That's so bad. The media team, we need to have a QR code somewhere that we can scan and access all the pictures so that we can share on X, LinkedIn, etc. Okay? So it's your right to demand for those photos. Most of you have been taken. And please stay around for this session. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the last session of today. And before us, we have Steve. He's called awesome sometimes, and you can see very awesome, very smart. He is the brain behind what we've had here today. And together with Sister Mariam, she is the architect, the one that made this come to life, and a larger team behind this whole organization. I'm officially going to hand over the mic to them, and they're going to take us into the last section of today, which is the award ceremony. And thank you so much for this great event. Thank you for trusting us, the MCs, to do the job. It's been a great experience, has it? Yeah. Yes. Has it? Oh, great. It has been a great experience for us, and we hope we're able to make you happy as well, but also we're able to reinforce some of the messages that were shared today. My main goal here was to make sure that you go back, a changed person, remind you from time to time what our speakers focused on. So as you go out, you will leave your resolutions at the desk. Please make sure if you've not written, please write them. We want you featured in our next policy brief. Thank you so much. Miriam, it's your time.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to re-echo the many thank yous. Thank you for your support. I hope this will be quick and painless. We value your dedication to supporting young people. What's happening here in Uganda is a central story to what's happening across the continent. And I hope that some of the things we've talked about here will turn into a strong movement to build an enterprising future for our young people here in Africa, because we are, after all, the world's youngest population that has ever existed. So there's something special on this generation. And just to see so many people value that vision and to place this as a high priority purpose, it gives me a lot of personal encouragement. I will not talk you to death. Let me hand over to Stephen. He will share a little bit about Future Den. I think I just rode off the wave, really. I'm so grateful we ran into each other not very long ago, but I'm really just grateful for the opportunity to be able to support everything that you're doing. So thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Miriam. She's fresh. Actually, she was in the State House when she was talking to the president. Very, very fresh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? How has been the day? I know it's been long, but allow me just take us through the final session of the day. And I would like to appreciate our speakers. Thank you very much. I know most of them have moved out, but thank you. Mr. Edwin, thank you very much. And a number of people that have been here from morning. Coach Ruth, thank you. Shamim, and everybody who has been here since morning. Thank you very much. So I would like to just say something about Future Den. I know I touched it a little bit in the morning when I was giving the keynote address. But just to take us through briefly, I did say that Future Den is a network which supports young professionals to upskill, pivot, diversify from the anchor expression. It's basically support them with the knowledge, the networks, and the basic tools they need to thrive in this environment that we are living at the moment. That is exactly what we are doing, and all our programs are tailored to that. Yeah, so what is our mandate here? We have three things that we are looking at. Number one, we are looking at preparing the workforce. How best can we prepare young professionals, graduates, bridging that gap between education and what happens in the marketplace? That is our number one priorities. That's why we're having conversations like this. That's why we're having career talks and many other programs that we'll talk about. We're also looking at developing leaders, leaders who are purpose-driven, with empathy, leaders who are able to make meaningful contributions in a society, not just being naysayers, but be able to contribute meaningfully. That is our main aim as well, and we are looking forward to that, and all our programs will be tailored in that direction. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, on our mandate is technology. How can we leverage technology to support young people? That's why today our conversation was mostly centered on technology, because that is a trend as per now. You cannot thrive without adapting with technology, without integrating technology in your workspace, in your business. Technology is the way to go, and we need to embrace it. So all our programs as well are going to also touch a little bit of that. And in fact, next year we are introducing a program called InnoFest that is going to look at mostly technology and creativity around that direction. How can we support innovation initiatives as well. So that's why we're having conversation with Joy PS as well. Thank you so much, by the way, Marvin. He just flew in from Rwanda, by the way, for this very conference. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, Marvin. And for you guys who are struggling to sustain your businesses, please get in touch with Marvin. We are privileged that we are going to work hand in hand with them. We are going to be supporting, we are going to be a link. They are based in Rwanda, but we are going to be a link from here to Rwanda. So if you want to source for funds, if you want to, just like you say, to make your business more investment kind of idea, please, they are the best people for that. Ladies and gentlemen, what's our vision? Our vision is to empower 1 million professionals in the next 5 years. By 2030, we'd like to reach and empower 1 million young professionals across 20 plus countries in Africa and all over. And our target for next year is 20,000 young professionals in over 5 countries. That's our target for next year. What's our mission is to provide comprehensive leadership development, career coaching, mentorship, and hands-on experiences that enable young people to unlock their potential and build impactful, purpose-driven careers. That's our mission. Who are the people that we are working with, that we are targeting with? We are basically targeting young professionals, but across, we are targeting almost everyone. Entrepreneurs, leaders, key stakeholders, and everybody who contributes to this route. So everyone is our target. Our program so far, we have this year kick-started 4 programs. Please clap for us. It is not easy. It is not easy to launch 3 programs in 1 year, and they are very successful. I must say it's by the grace of God. That's 1. 2, I must say, is by the support. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to testify that there is nobody I've ever gone to and has chased me away, regardless of who they are. I have stepped to everyone. Mr. Edwin here, he has never, the very first time we invited him on a career talk session, he was able to come. Mr. Brian Kayongo, we invited him, and many other people that he didn't expect. So this is because of your support. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you very, very much. So we have FD talks. Most of you are most familiar, and most of you guys got to know career talks. Featured in through FD career talks. These are well-curated conversations around entrepreneurship, around career, around business, around leadership, around finances, around technology. And this year, ladies and gentlemen, we have been able to host 15 career talk sessions, 15 of them, and most of them are on YouTube, and others we are here to upload there. But please go and listen to them. They are very impactful. Just like I said, Mr. Edwin featured in some of them, was talking about finances. Mr. Brian, Coach Ruth has featured as well. Wadisimbi, Shamim has featured, and many other people as well. We also have a program called Schools Career Outreach Program, where we go out to schools, different secondary schools, to support them on career, basically career guidance. How can they career map themselves, and which kind of areas are they supposed to focus on in the next few years? Same, that's a conversation we're having about taking it down to young people in universities as well. So that's a program, and this year we have been able to reach out to 2 schools, but next year we look at reaching out to over 50 schools across. And by the grace of God, we are going to work hand in hand with PICFAIR. I think PICFAIR is represented in the room. I don't know where they are, but we are going to work with them. We're having a conversation with them very soon. We are going to sign a memorandum of understanding, and we'll be able to reach out to as many schools as possible because they have the network. Then we have the Next Step Mentorship Program, and which today we are going to have a little bit of it just after this conversation. We have a Next Step Mentorship Program which focuses on career guidance, career mapping, and coaching to help individuals align strength with opportunities. So this year we focus more on career, but next year, the NSMP, we are going to go a bit higher. We are looking at focusing career and leadership. Then we look at business as well in different way. So we are going to be having 2 cohorts running concurrently. Okay, so those who have already enrolled, please enroll. We have a number of international facilitators, international mentors. We want to make it a bit bigger than usual. bigger than the one you've been. For those who have participated, want to make it a little bit bigger, make sure that we bring these leaders next to you, people who are able to support you to build your career. Because there are three things, especially in line with career talks, that we kickstart. We're looking at 3 gaps. Number one, we're looking at unrealistic expectations. One of the reasons that's why we are not doing very well, and I tell people that the World Economic Forum rated Uganda as one of the top 10 entrepreneurial countries across the globe. But 90% of our ventures don't go beyond a lifetime of 2 years. Why? Of course, you're going to tell me about finances, you're going to talk to me about politics and all that, but the biggest challenge is about unrealistic expectations. We do not know exactly what happens there. You're saying Mr. Edwin is driving a Benz, he's speaking good, he's a global speaker, he's traveling countries to countries, but do you know what he does in his closet? Do you know how he has, strived through and, climbed the ladder from the time he started up to where he is at the moment? Those are the conversations we'd like to hear. Those are the stories we'd like to hear. Those practical strategies as well. Then the other one is the skill match and the skill gap. I'm not going to delve deeper into that. Then the last one is the idea of, what is it? Just got off my head, but I'll remember a little bit later on. So, and the fourth one is, of course, this one, the Next Step International Business and Career Symposium that I already talked about. We're looking at incubating ideas, sharing ideas, but also beyond that, networking and, fostering innovation, creativity, and many other things, mentorship that I believe you guys have learned today. So those are the 4 programs that we have been able to launch this year. What is our total reach? Ladies and gentlemen, we have been able to reach over 10,000 people in the last 1 year. Thank you. That includes our social media viewership, YouTube streams. We're also Zoom streams because we have been able to record some of this via Zoom. People register even after the career talk session. People register and ask for the link, and they listen and you go back and check how many people have listened. It's so overwhelming. So thank you very much. Then we are, just like I said, 15 career talk sessions. We have 250. We hosted an event on in celebration of the International Youth Day, and we had about 250 participants on that very day. We had a very wonderful conversation, more in technology and many other conversations that was there. Then we have 82. I remember a few weeks ago, we at Makerere University, both postgraduate and undergraduate, we had a conversation on how they can be able to prepare themselves for job interviews, civil writing, and many of these. And it was so amazing. We had about 82 people turn up for that session, both undergrad and postgrad as well. So it was amazing. We partnered with ACCM in that direction. Yes, so that is our statistics so far. I've not read everything. I've just been able to paraphrase. What's our next challenge? Just like I said, our next challenge next year is 200,000 people, young professionals, in over 5 countries as well next year. So I call upon your support. Come and support us. Come and partner. Come and sponsor. Come and just being a mentor is enough. Just coming in and mentor young people is your partnership to us. So thank you. Come and partner with us. We appreciate any kind of support. We appreciate. So the future-ready generation, we are cultivating a generation of purpose-driven change makers, equipped with leadership and innovation skills to thrive in a global marketplace. So ladies and gentlemen, that is a little more about Future Den. Okay? So I hope you like the idea. Thank you very much. So lastly, would like to, just like I talked about the Next Step Mentorship Program, one of our significant programs of the year where we have different sessions with different mentees. We have had 2 cohorts this year so far, and we have had a turn-up of 80 mentees. 80. Yes, and today we are grateful that we are going to graduate some of them today. And those who qualified for graduation are 25 of them in 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. Yes, why we graduated 25? Because the process is very rigorous. we are very strict on certain guidelines. Number one, you need to have attended at least a third of the sessions, 75% of the sessions. You need to have completed all your work as well. We share workbooks after. Our mentors share workbooks, some assignments as well. So we make sure that you complete all that before you qualify for graduation, because you don't want the certificate just for you to just hold a certificate. It has to contribute. You need to have some content around it. You need to have some qualification around it. That's why we make sure we follow those guidelines as well. But beyond that as well, we go ahead and in case you need a recommendation letter, if you're applying for a grant, if you're applying for a job anywhere else, we go ahead and give you that recommendation letter. So you must be approved for that recommendation letter, because they may come and ask us about this person and are not aware about you. So that is very, very important. But again, beyond that, you qualify for our professional network. We have a professional network where professionals and entrepreneurs just network. And the next year, you're going to see more of that. This year, we have been just within the group, but next year, our team is focusing more on how best you guys can interact further than that. So those are the benefits of a Next Step Mentorship Program, and we are glad that Coach Ruth was part of that, among many other mentors. So thank you so much, Coach Ruth. So today, we are going to graduate those people, so I would like to call them up. I don't know where they are, kindly. Yes, please, let's keep time. Gloria, kindly prepare the certificates as well. Yes. Gloria? Others are online. I know they are watching us. Others are country. Just like I said, others are out of the country as well. Please come up. Bring the phone as well, the phone and other certificates as well, all of them.
Given to you so that you don't turn 16.
Thank you. Are we done? So Edwin is busy. Okay, I would like to welcome Coach Ruth on stage. Shamim, Mr. Kavuma, Mr. Edwin. So they're categories.
Where you understand, is it that they get it and they take a picture?
Yes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are our graduates for this year. Let's congratulate them. Those online, we are sorry. All right, don't worry. Next time you should be able to fly in and be a part of this conversation. Just like say, there are 25 and others are out of the country and others are up country. Others are doing exams, so they could not make it here. So I would like to, each of them has a certificate. We are giving certificate for those who are only here. Those who are here, we are sorry. Okay. So, yeah, please come over here. Okay, thank you. I'm blocking the viewers, it's okay. So I'm going to call the name and I'll request we begin with Mr. Kavma. Yes.
So what do I do? I walk here.
Yes, you can
I
tell.
think you will.
Let me call Kanyeri
They
Amos.
will greet you and then they'll collect, then they'll come back and take a photo from there.
Greet him. Just
They will stand. You can
Oh, yes.
Congratulations.
Kawazinguzi, Gloria. Tajenga Dina. Grace. The other name is very interesting. I wouldn't want to bite my tongue. I know Miksha. Empire Stella. Empire Stella. Give it. Take it. Priscilla. Priscilla. Angel, Alicia. Okay. So, thank you. So, can we take a picture? Okay.
Okay.
The tall ones can't be high.
Certificate.
Turn the certificate.
Mix up. You spread in between the lists. And have one list certificate. Those who are a little bit tall, and those of us who are not so tall. Okay. But you. Yes.
Put this down. Post this down.
She is someone's piece.
Okay, thank you very much. Still, I would let's remain here. Only the graduates. Let's step down. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the second category. We also would like to recognize and appreciate some of our facilitators, our mentors in the previous cohorts of the Next Step Mentorship Program. Would like to recognize them as well. I know that some of them are not here, have other commitments, they couldn't make it, but I would like to recognize and appreciate those who are available. And I would like to call Faith Betaru. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much, Faith. She is an image consultant. Thank you. Thank you. We have Dr. Abel Walekwa. He's online. I'm sure he's watching us on YouTube. He's in the United Kingdom. He's not able to join us. We also have Dr. Dan Muzinguzi. He's an associate professor over here at University. He's in Qatar at the moment, so he's not able to join us. We have Liz Agaba. I think she's also following us online. She's not here as well, but thank you so much for being a part of this. Then we have our very own Coach Ruth Indigwa. Thank you very much. Thank you. The second category and the last one, we also would like to recognize and appreciate some of the people that have worked tirelessly for the Next Step Mentorship, the Next Step International Business and Career Symposium. These guys, we have had meetings twice night. They have walked, went to different offices, made different calls. These guys are phenomenal. We need to appreciate them. Let's clap for them. Thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you and thank you. Thank you. I can never thank you enough. Thank you very much. You guys have done great. And I know most of you guys have been receiving calls from them, some offices, many people have been following up here and then to make sure that we have this event successfully. Thank you very much. So just going to call your name briefly, then you just walk over and as we clap for them, we have Matovu Bernard. From the very beginning, he has been part of us. Thank you so much, sir. He is into landscaping. He's actually CEO. Thank you.
You can stand over there.
You can stand in the middle. Thank you. Then we have Alex Omut Okech. He's our cameraman. I don't know who's going to take pictures for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank this man. Let's clap for him. Many of the pictures, many of the flyers. It's this one. It's this one.
Oh, okay.
Many of those flyers you see online, he is behind those flyers.
Wow.
Sometimes I text him at 2 a.m. to prepare those flyers, and sometimes he has to redo a flyer 5 times. because I have a good eye. So every time I tell him, please change this, change that, and change that. He has really done a great job. Thank you so much, Alex. We appreciate, sir. We have Kabazinguzi Gloria. She is one of those, many of you guys have seen her in your inboxes. Some of you, she has called you more than 5 times to remind you for this program. Thank you so much, Gloria. Then we have one and only Miriam Chiza Chimba. Thank you so much, Miriam. Thank you. I've had meetings with Miriam up to 2 a.m. just to plan for this program. Thank you. And she's doing it on a voluntary basis. She has walked to every office. She was able to go to International Labour Organization, Makerere University, and MasterCard Foundation, and many other platforms to make sure that we have one of the best speakers in this room. Thank you so much, Miriam. We appreciate it. Also, we have one and only Faith Fetaru. She's an MC. She has been on my back. She's that person that calls you, you feel like giving up. She's like, no, God impressed this in your heart. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Thank you so much, Faith. Thank you.
I think I'll take over this one. This is a great example of love your neighbor as you love yourself. But I don't think this evening would be complete without acknowledging all the work that you've put in. He actually doesn't look that happy. Yeah? He's stressed. He's stressed because he's thinking about all the logistics to handle after this. But Stephen, thank you for having a passion for other young people. Many people only really look out for themselves. They don't dream bigger than what they can get. So thank you for being courageous enough to have a vision. That's twice appreciated. There's 2 certificates here, but congratulations. Okay.
And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the very one, she's my mentor. I have a lot of stories to talk about Shamim. A lot of stories, a lot. If I talk about them, I think the cows will come back home. She has walked with me the journey. I always call her any support. She's always available to support. She has taken me to different people, introduced me to different people. Guys, please network. Networking is very, very important. Networking, and one of the reasons as to why she was able to help me is because of networking, and we have built this relationship. Thank you so much, Shamim. We appreciate it.
Yes, Shamim is my mentor too.
Yes, great. Yes, we are done. So thank you very much. It's now a photo moment. Yes, now a photo moment. But before we close, once again, I would like to appreciate everybody. We can never thank you enough for your support. I would like to thank our partners, our premium partners, Welile. Just briefly, they are going to play their video before we close this. These guys are doing a great job supporting tenants, and by they're also doing investment in the other direction as well. So if you want to have passive income, please go and visit them, check out what they are doing. They're doing an amazing job. I would like to thank Utopia here. She is the CEO of Utopia. I would like to thank Workers Manifest. I would like to thank ACCM. Those guys have been with us from the very beginning. Shine Leadership International. and many other partners that we have. I cannot remember all of them, but thank you very much. Thank you for supporting us. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon all of us to come and join the journey, come and partner with us, come and at least be a mentor, sponsor a program, and anything else that you can do within the community. But thank you very much. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened, but I would like to recognize this lady. She is, come. She's called Bavoga as well. She's one of those people that have done a very amazing job in supporting. And one day she called me, was it at 4 a.m.? She told me she could not sleep, but I need to help you. I could not sleep. And said making calls. She contacted Mr. Tusuvira. I've been praying about the people to invite, and she was able to invite him here. She has done really, really amazing job. And we have a certificate for her. I don't know how it couldn't come in, but thank you so much. So just the handshake.
We can just sit down. Just take
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carol. We appreciate. She's also one of our partners. She works with Rotary and Rotaract. Thank you so much, Carol. And lastly, I would like to thank our volunteers. I don't know where they are, Mr. Edwin. These people have volunteered. They've been here since morning, and they have volunteered to support us. I don't know where they are. Please, would you mind coming over and at least have a picture with our facilitators and mentors, our volunteers? Our volunteers, where are you? Thank you so much for giving up your time. Thank you very much for sacrificing to be with us today. We appreciate. You guys are part of the cause.
Thank you for receiving her. Thank you.
And I think we should take a picture. I'm not seeing Antoinette. Where is Antoinette? Thank you. Thank you.
She's here.
Thank you. Let's take a picture. So just shake hands.
I see.
Our moderators and MCs, those guys have made the day so beautiful. Where are they? Our MCs. Thank you. Thank you so much, Faith.
A strong handshake.
And thank you very much. And finally, second last, I would like to thank our core team, Future Den team, Mr. Edwin and Mr. Kavuma, Coach Ruth, Mr. Shamim. Future Den has a team of 6 so far, the core team that volunteers with us. These guys are doing a great job. They work throughout. They have other commitment that they make sure they deliver. So I would like to thank them a lot. Many of them are up country, others are in Kenya. They're in Kenya, but they're able to work with us. And here I think we have only Gloria. She's part of the core team. I don't know where she is. She's there. She's part of the core team. Thank you. Would like to take a picture? For those, Faith and the rest, Spencer, Patrick, we are sorry. Take a picture from your screens. Thank you. Hopefully next year we are going to have many more. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to a close of this. I would like to thank everybody once again, and I would also like to thank myself. I like to celebrate myself as well. Yeah, thank you. Have a beautiful night. Please network. Don't just move out. Check out. We have free medical services behind there. If you like to consult about your nutrition, go and visit.
Yes, I believe everyone here needs to take a picture here, right? Yeah, and you remember this first event.
Media team, please play those videos. Everyone,
Just say it yourself.
As the sun rises in Uganda, across Africa and beyond, millions of hardworking people earn their living daily. But when rent is due, many face the same challenge, paying on time without stress. Welile was created with one vision: to support tenants, especially daily income earners, pay rent easily, securely, with dignity. Here is where you come in. As a Welile partner, you are supporting families and homes while earning a 15% monthly reward that grows as Welile expands globally. From Africa's bustling cities to the world's financial hubs, partners join hands to make rent payment seamless. Welile, supporting tenants, rewarding partners, connecting the world. Join us today as we make rent payment easier everywhere.
The first edition of Next Step International Business and Career Symposium, we have graduates, and guess what? They're going to tell us what they have learned from this program so that we can also rush for it, and how this has actually impacted their lives and their mindset towards every activity that they do.
My name is Stella Mpire, and what I've gotten from the Next Step Mentorship Program is one major thing that we learned from Dr. Dan Musinguzi, as he was teaching about the value impact method of introducing yourself. I actually figured out like the value I was giving to the community, and from that time up to now I've watched my business grow and grow to greater heights than it was before. So if anyone is out there and you do not know or you do not have clarity about your life or your business, the Next Step Mentorship Program could give you that and so much more. Thank you.
My name is Kanyore Amos, and I'm one of the graduates today of the Next Step Mentorship Program. It really helped me so much to discover myself, learning skills like how to write a professional CV and even how to introduce myself professionally. Yeah, thank you.
So I used to shun leadership, I used to shun debate, and I used to even sit in the back, nothing to do with being the center of attention. But right now I view leadership as an opportunity to serve others, and I look at networking places as a way to grow. My name is Gloria Kabasinguzi, and I am a graduate of the Next Step Mentorship Program.